Hello. Hello.
Almost there. I am almost there. I just have to wait for compiling nonsense. And then the fact that I'm like, personally want to post in as many Discords as I can of, hey, it's Monday. I don't have to work today. You know, it'd be awesome. Checking out my stream. You know how it is. One can hope. One can pray that this is going to be a good.
Bork, 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 bork.
Oh, hi there, unnamed Grant Lake. No leg for you. I already gave you a 3D model of a piece of meat. Is it? What more could you ask for? What more do you want? Hi there, Sky. Alrighty, is that everywhere I wanted a thingy-majiggy? Oh! Cookie! For Sky! Does it get here before? Yeah, okay, hopefully you got the cookie in time. But yeah, welcome everyone. Hi, hello. Hopefully I'm actually like facing forward and shit when I did that. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Go back into here. We can instantaneously go over into the stream. There's also a new piece of... Oh, actually, hang on a second. Fun fact. There's a new piece of art in the corner. Look at that. Olorin, the wolf mama, she decided to draw like a big fat pair of fadonks, and considering like you can't even see you can barely see the face, and I was just like, excellent, this is going on the board, and I had to like shrink it down in order, because here's the thing, a lot of these images that have been given to me are larger than 500 pixels, so that's the idea, is that if it's under 500 pixels, I'm not going to scale it up because, I was doing that for some of them and they lose their quality and such as the pixel art up in the top left there. But then there'd be other ones where they're massive, such as this one here behind me, which I've kept to be rather larger than normal because it's got like a full group of people as a gift art. But then, yeah, then there's the big titty one over there that I was like, you know what? We're going to make it so that only... Like, they have to be 500 pixels in width or height at a maximum. So I shrink it down so at least both lengths are at 500 or below. You hope I'm doing well? I'm doing relatively okay. Thank you. I'm doing fine. I am doing as good as can be. I am just doing... Hang on a second, I need to pause the music as well, because we have, monkey noises in the background, so we can go with this one. You're gonna... I'ma corner you in a hole again in Minecraft? Oh, yeah, can we get is any of my moderators in chat? Can we get, like, a shout-out for Unnamed, please? So... Because Unnamed has, like, a Minecraft Realms, what's a whoozy? Also, what's up with the specks of blood? Oh, because I'm nearly dead, that's why. Alright, hang on a second. I need to offer incense and heal up. You need to go back and clip that moment. That would be pretty good. But yeah, I went to... So from where we left off, there was... Here it is, Jade Essence. Each sip recovers 36% of maximum health and a moderate amount of mana. That one would honestly be good. And then we just need to change, like, the, So we always go for that, for the additional soaking. Significantly increases attack for the next unveiling strike and cowed step. When at full health, reduces damage reduction, increases shock resistance. Alright, we're gonna go with these classic too. But yeah, Jade Essence sounds like a good one. No, do we have like none of my moderators are in chat right now? Typical. Alrighty then, let's see what clip we do get then when I go and shout out unnamed. Let's have a look, shall we?
We're done. It's done. Here, put it away.
Oh my goodness, Flesh Tuber with a crotch shot.
We're done? I got more terrain. You think we're done? Here, we're not done. We've got more terrain to work on. Chat,
how much terrain do you have?
This is all we're doing today. We're doing more terrain. I'm not done. There's so many. So this is part. I can't even see the tracking. I'm looking over the boxes now. This is
Unnamed has terrain. Question for you, Unnamed.
Line.
Are you okay? Like, has Warhammer done anything to you? Like,
we've got another defense line, and then another defense line.
No. Noted. Do you want help? Microplastics. No. You're not supposed to eat them. You're not supposed to eat the plastics. I don't think that's how it works, and I don't think you're running a Tyranid army or some shit. Alrighty, so I have like one piece of thingy-majiggy that I can apply. I think I'm going to apply it to this quick hand. I have just gone 100% into the smash. Oh, I should have been applying it to the God damn it, I should have been applying it to the alterations when I had a chance. Will a maid outfit help? No, it will not. Alright. So we're gonna rest. Monkey Monday. Oh my goodness, I should have gone with Monkey Monday. Tabitha, you're a fucking genius. We're changing the name. We're changing the name. Monkey Monday. By unpopular demand, the streamer wanted to. Monkey Monday. Monkey Monday. There we go. That's the title. Monkey Monday. Thank you so much. Brilliant. Alrighty. Okay, apparently I have a new thingy-majiggy. What's this guy? The old Ginseng Guai. Calls forth one or more ginseng to attack the foe. Moderately increases the maximum health of minions. Cool. Alrighty, and then we have the Plague Gourd and the Medicine Gourd. And then we were getting all kinds of new thingy-majiggies. We got small pieces of the thingy. We got this Mountain Shaking Claw. We got some fine gold threads. That's actually going to be used for, like, upgrading clothes and what have you. Celestial Pear and Millennium Ginseng. So that's going to go into the garden when we have a chance. There we go. Alrighty. So, we were listening to a monk tell us about a, like a place at the base of a mountain. Ow, fuck you. There we go, fuck you. Oh, more pears. Always good to have more pears. Alrighty, so we gather that. I don't think he's talking about this cliff. I think he's talking about, like, another one. So, yeah, because I don't think he was talking about this one either, was he? No, because that's where we fought the ginseng and what have you, so... Monkey Monday. Yes, unnamed. Monkey... Not Monkai. Let's get our pronunciations astray. We're not going to call it Monkai, because that's copywritten by Warhammer, and I feel like I'd get in trouble if I, you know, kept using that one. We're going to use Monkey. Monkey! Oh, we talking about pairs of things now? It was just a celestial pair. Sorry, I just had the thought of like, oh, hey, you want to check out my celestial pair? That could be applicable to both boobs and balls. Ow, fuck you, weird... These guys have, like, a different name... Oh, wait, no, they're still a monk. There's, like, this one kind that has, that's, like, some other kind of monkey. Hey! Check out my celestial pair. Alrighty, and then... Alright. Ding, dong, ding, ding. Whoop! Thank you. Alrighty, so we went that way. So yeah, because that guy was like a monkey. Actually, no, these are all like other kinds of monkeys. Hang on a sec. What are they called? Ding ding. In the journal, the lesser Yaoguai, these ones are called... Circus monkey? Seriously? They're just called circus monkeys? Oh no, they're frozen corpses. New monks entering the temple may receive a new kasaya. Alright, cool. So. But yeah, we also fought against this like flying monkey one time. Alrighty, break you and break you. Alright, so we're gonna offer incense to this one just so that way we're closer to the thingy-majiggy we were using earlier. There we go. Alrighty. Now we continue on with the path, because I think we're heading... Because we need to head down this way. If there's, like, an obvious path, I do not see it. Oh, Jesus. Ow. Ow, fuck you. Oh, there's another one. Alrighty. So yeah, it's like somewhere around here. Oh, and then here's a lightning dude. Oh, and then another demon thing. Hi there, Mijo! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! How are you doing today? It's the morning for me. It's probably the nighttime for you. Okay, so jade stuff here. Is it at the base of this thing? No, it's not. Okay, so they're talking about, like, a different waterfall? Wait, can I go down this one? Oh, frog! Damn you. Fuck you, frogs. These ones are also annoying, because, like, they'll just explode into poison. And I survived that. Oh, actually, no, hang on. Is there something behind these? No, there isn't. Okay. It's gonna happen. There's going to be, like, a waterfall, and I'm not gonna have to, like, break it or anything like that, but there will be something behind it. It's like classic treasure hunting. Good morning from the other side. You're doing well. Nice, nice, nice. How is the streaming going? I've noticed you've streamed a few times, and my, like, little Discord thing gives me a notification. I have not had the opportunity to lurk, I'm gonna be real with you, because work has been a little extra stressful here and there. So I've not been able to, like, have a stream running in the background when I'm working, unfortunately. And I'm probably not gonna work from home tomorrows, because the boss will be back from their break, and I am going to need their guidance on a few things, because our marketing team is being not very nice to me. And they demand things. Oh, hey, another, blue-spirited yonkai-looking thing. Alrighty. Nope, nothing secret here. So we can go down there. Oh. No, you don't. Alrighty. Alright. Let's deal with you. It's another bird. Oh, you turn invisible too? Explosion! Oh, you son of a bitch. Let me explode. There we go. Fuck you. Alright, you're not the worst, but I'm real curious. Stream is doing good. I'll say it's a chill and good vibes. Hey, so long as you're enjoying yourself, so long as you're having a wonderful time in the stream doing what you're doing there, you're normally going to be doing well. I sign up for that kind of stuff as well. I am not interested in chasing trends too much personally. I am interested in playing the games that I want to play, you know, making them maybe a little bit interesting for the viewers to also enjoy me watching me play it. And that's about it. Ow. Goddamn asparagus. There we go. Got rid of you. Another drink of my trusted water. But yeah, so long as you're enjoying yourself. Because there are some streams where, you know, some of them are winners, some of them are not winners in terms of viewers. But so long as you're going through those and you're enjoying it, you're not going to feel too bad about it. So, like, sometimes it can happen where it's like, oh, like, I went through Final Fantasy XIV one time and, you know, it's, you know, not a lot of people are watching that at the moment just because, as, you know, either the school year starts and everyone else is busy, or they don't want to be spoiled for Dawn Trail. But it's like, you know, I still want to play through Dawn Trail and what have you, so I enjoy it. Ooh. Interesting little... Sorry. I ain't risking it. Alright, absorb this. Fills up my thing. So, is it not at the base of this thing? Or maybe... Oh, there's a further down. Oh boy. Alright, so there is a down. You just need to be very mindful when you're going down. I didn't learn until this chapter that there is fall damage. I thought it would that would be, you know, fallable, that the monkey wouldn't fall down. Nope, turns out there are some stuff that the monkey can fall down, and some of them will kill him. Hey, there we go. A little incense just to give myself a little save point. But yeah. Nice. I am like full health and all that kind of nonsense. I don't really need the Alright, so what's this place? Oh, is this the is this like under the what's-a-mahoozy that the monk guy was talking about?
Time and again I tested you, and I saw nothing but gullible goodness.
What? Oh.
Our brother does misjudge as well. It requires no effort to trick you. You will never be the destined one. Let me help you end your sorry life.
Oh. Oh, okay, we're gonna play it like that, are we? Oh, he can see us. Nope, that did not help. that help? No, it did not.
Try those amateur tricks again.
Oh boy. I know your tricks, boy. Oh, I need a drink, I need a drink, I need a drink. Fine, let's do this.
Stoke the fire.
Nope, that does not help.
Why try those amateur tricks again? Stop.
Alright, is there something I can eat that will help me? Stamina costs no thingy-madiggy, increases damage, poison, chill, tenacity, burn. Let's drink youth real quick.
Brother told me to watch him, but testing you was clearly a better choice.
Alright, so Cloud Step was a waste. I'm gonna need to go for a different magical form, no doubt. Probably gonna go for the rock guy, perhaps? Because this guy moves a little too much. Alright, here we go. So, let's see. Is there any better... So that does the Ring of Fire. That does the rock stuff. Alright, transformation. Let's have a look. Sheer Dust does the earth stuff. This does the moon. Alright, we're gonna go with you. Don't really have any other options. Alright, is there any better spirits? Maybe this guy, quite frankly? Honestly, he might be a good one. And then, focus. Moderately increases attack, but massively reduces health. Increases heavy attack. Oh, what does this guy do? Take the form of a crow diviner. Scatter a field of frigid dust from an intense burner, stacking frostbane on both you and your foes. Okay, I don't exactly increases resistance after defeating an enemy. Also, what's this guy? Massively increases the recovery speed of might. Increases attack, increases stamina. Already done a number of things. Alright, and then... Alright, so we can head to the store. Let's sell you and you. And let's see. Nothing too helpful from this store, unfortunately. Alright, let's make some medicines to help us out. Is there any medicines that can help us out? Let's see. The burn state would actually be a nice... So, body cooling will help. But I don't have any licorice or monkey stuff. Oh boy! Alrighty. Close that. Swap this spirit over for the... So, non-white spin, leap... Oh, okay, so maybe using this guy will help? Let's see. Offer the incense. We rest. That way, like, we fill up the what's-mahuzi. There we are.
Still set in your... Why bother trying again?
Alright, hang on. We need to use... We'll need to use that, where's the... So that's body warming. We need body cooling right now. There we go. Fuck you.
Why try those amateur tricks again? Sing your song, stoke the fire.
Should probably equip that to this one. Ah! Well, I now know for next time, have the body cooling thingamadiggy in the what's-a-mahoos. I don't like his fire. I should swap the thingamadiggy. So rather than going for the wind one, I should go for the fire thingamadiggy. Hi there, Bookie. Sorry about the hello being broken. I don't know why it doesn't work sometimes. It is a weirdy one, I will be real with you. Alright, so instead of going for that, we're gonna go for the fireproof. Offer the incense, so then that way we can get it back up to full. So we rest. And then there we go. Alrighty.
If you have new, bring them on.
Hello.
Cookie for Bookie! I'm a little busy right now, I'm sorry to say. Bookie?
You'll have to guess.
There must be a way to, like... There must be something to prevent, like, to stop this thing from sooner, because he's just gonna... He's gonna bring in a second one, which is gonna be a lot more annoying to deal with. There we go.
Why try those amateur tricks again? Sing your song, stoke the fire.
There we go. That should reduce the thingy-majiggy a little bit. So long as I'm not an idiot and I run into the fire. Ah, don't make me bowl while I'm in the middle of fighting! There we go. Hello there. Could you, like, you know, be a... Let's even the playing field a little bit, since I only have one staff and you got, like, 2 circle things. Oh, don't you dare decide to... Fuck you, honestly. Oh, so you don't follow by the rules of the... God damn you, of course you don't. Of course you don't. Don't you fucking dare. Fuck you! Betraying me like that.
Nothing more. I've done as our...
When I get a new house in Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm naming it Grant. Oh, a horse. Sorry, I read house, not horse. My bad. What's black and white all over? Should I know the sage? Also, I am missing my water. Hang on a second. The fuck is going on here? I know you... house. Don't laugh at the zebra, please. I haven't had my... I only had, like, 2 cups of coffee. I need my... Ah, no! And I can't pause this game. Why can't I pause during the cutscenes? Also, watermelons? What? Okay, I'm gonna have to sit and watch this before I can go and... Ah!
Won't find those noisy chantings and pain screamings here.
The fuck is with this kid monk?
A nice, ripe melon.
Huh. It's only 10 a.m. Why have you had 2 cups of coffee already? I had one at like 7 o'clock and another at like 8. Also, I don't know why, but... Wait, are melons like a delicacy in China or some shit? Thank you for the hyper himbo.
Sun Wukong used it to trick that disciple of mine.
Uh-huh. How?
Come closer. Now you've found this place, I'll teach you a trick neither of them knows. Your hand.
I think the audio is a little bit out of sync right now. Spellbinder. Bind spells, vessels, transformations, and soul skills to enhance attack, focusing solely on the martial arts to subdue an enemy. Alright, I'm gonna grab the water now. How's it going, Sashera, by the by? Damn, 72% cute. Nice. Right, hopefully the audio will be a bit more in sync now.
It hurts no foe, but binds yourself. You'll come to understand its use. An old friend of Sun Wukong came to me, wanting some peace. I led him to the Great Pagoda. Have you paid him a visit?
Not yet.
They say you are the destined one. But if destiny is set, what difference do our actions make?
Ah! Why are you flashbanging me? Arkmuter, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Hey, and we got ourselves another spark. Alright, so... Oh, Jesus. Can we drop down here? Is it safe to drop down here? Hard to say. Hang on. Oh, maybe? No. No. Alright, cool. So we can't drop down here. We have to use... Is there an exit through the cave? No, doesn't... Alright, so it looks like we have to use the teleportation... Looks like we have to use the shrine. You doing alright, man? That I have to work today and I was gonna easily have 100 emails to deal with, but that be public holidays. Oh, is today a public holiday? Oh. Alrighty, Alright, I'm heading over to the, Whatsamahoozy scroll. So, because I'm gonna double check with the monkey on whether or not there's a, I'm gonna check on with the wine monkey to see if I could improve the jade essence. I think it's like, it's some sort of, like, Australian holiday, like, King's birthday, there we go. I guess it used to be called the Queen's birthday, but now it's called the King's birthday. It's not actually his birthday, but, you know... We really wanted a holiday. Yo, what's up?
Self-refinement is the way to make golden. My pills are reliable, but be wiser than relying solely on them.
Understandable. Amplification and longevity. Alright, can you make any new So I got 2 mine cores. I'd rather keep them, so then that way I can do the Jade Lotus pills. It doesn't look like...
No shame in taking the pills. More unfair are the innate skills.
2 drops, honey brew.
Alright. Those are the only 2 we can upgrade, apparently. Oh, look! The character Dazzy was saying is me. His entire playthrough. Well, like, is it not? Like, what don't you like about this, you know, helpful little fox?
Drink wine.
Look at him. Zhu dog, not the monkey. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know you're not the monkey. That's ridiculous. And then over here is a... Oh, hang on. Harvest? Ooh!
No harvest.
Nice.
Hard work.
Alrighty, nice. That's helpful that I'm able to just go to them. He's scrung.
With no... Rest assured, this old long knows his trade. From sea
So yeah. Alright, so you can hold... So tree pearls will hold 2, jade will hold 8, celestial pears 2, licorice...
Fine sprouts bear fine...
You talk a lot.
Who's there to lend me comfort as I live out?
And then over here is the tiger. This dude, who is quite honestly a little tricky to fight.
What's fair to the eye may prove...
Let's see. So, the headband can increase. And I just need fine gold threads for that one. This one requires thingies. Decoys and duplicates are coated in yellow wind, granting them... So that's if I wear 3 of them. Then this is the long scale, which I think I'm currently wearing. No, I'm not wearing that. I'm wearing... Oh, hey, it's the thing I'm wearing on my chest isn't here. Vengeful Mirage will do shocking damage, increase thingamadiggy. Upon consuming a focus point, increase critical hit chance. There's probably like a whole... Gosh darn it, Incineroar. There's probably like a whole, like, you know, build thingamadiggy where it's like, oh, if you prefer physical, then, you know, upgrade these armors and such. I can't... Nothing really new. Wait, what's this? When health is low, slowly recover a small amount of health in the water. Deal damage upon crashing their immobilization. Grants considerable focus. None of these. Alright, what can I buy from you, though? Silk, cores, yarns. Cool. Alright.
All you lean on is a thick skull.
I lean on way more than just a thick skull, thank you very much. It's just really reliable. But yeah. No, stop making me bald! So yeah, so that guy's kind of useful. And then there's a review score. I don't know what the fox brush is for. The lingering resentment of the deceased white fox transformed through her fur into this brush. With it, you can take on her form and fulfill her final wishes. Oh, okay, so I'm supposed to use that somehow. So I could equip that and that. Ding, 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 ding. There's the Golden Lotus. Alright. I think I'm going to increase the strands. Moderately increases the damage dealt by duplicates nearby. Increases the maximum health. After using a Pluck of Many, hitting enemies moderately extends the duration. This effect can increase... Oh, hell yeah. If they're hitting things, then that's helpful. Alrighty. Now, we were talking about a Great Pagonia, which... Actually, no, there's several places I need to go, sorry. There is... Alright, so it's... Okay, we're not dealing with the new nest. There we go. There's a few places I need to go that TikTok has directed me of like, oh, hey, you can go to these places and discover these things. There's, like, brews I can find, or soaks, and then there's also, like, bosses I need to, like... side bosses, so to speak. Did I challenge him yet? Yes. One time. I got him to about, like, I got, like, a third or half his health out of the way. So, you know, a decent effort, but it was one where I was not fully understanding what I was doing. So, yeah. Alrighty then. So, there is apparently something out here. Give me a mo. I need to... This is going to take a little bit of time with running. But yeah. This week I'm going to try and get back into Yakuza, because I want to play Yakuza Infinite Wealth. I want to play Yakuza, the Majima game, when it comes out next year. There's a number of Yakuza games I want to play, but I also don't want to, like, skip ahead. Because I've already done Yakuza Like a Dragon. I swear I've done that on stream one time. I will need to double check my numbers just to make sure. But I don't want to skip from, like, 4 and then go all the way up to... Hey, can I go up here? No, I cannot. Okay, cool. So I'm not meant to go there. We're aiming for, like, this thing meant to go over there. But yeah. I want to try and get through 4, 5, and 6. Like, I want to try and do that. I'm currently in the middle of Chapter 4 right now. The pirate game looks so good. It does look fun. I reckon that I am going to be enjoying the Yakuza games as I get closer to the modern ones. Stranded Long's Whiskers. There we fucking go. So now, if I go and check out the soak, Extends the duration of the next immobilize spell for a short duration. Absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. And for whatever reason, I cannot upgrade this drink. Or that drink. I guess I can't upgrade the legendaries. That's a relative given. This one is very tempting to do the upgrades too, but I also want to save up my upgrades for this one. God damn it, I need to go to the bathroom. Fuck! This is what happens when you... This is what happens when you decide to, like, you know, drink 2 coffees and then just have so much water. I am so sorry, chat. You know what? You get to have some bee's knees. Also, which there we go. Well, there we go. We'll give you this one, and we'll just have me, like, sitting on the thing as I go to the bathroom. Actually, advertisement as well. Sorry, chat. Sashera, entertain my chat. Moderators, ask questions. Engage with the community. Engage. Ow.
Oh, I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
Who the fuck did that? God damn it.
Did you see it?
Yes, I did. Or no, I didn't see it. I heard it. Who did that? Who put me in a maid outfit while I was in the middle of my bathroom break? Stop yelling at chat from the bathroom. Someone put me in the maid outfit. Who the fuck did that? Sage! You made me rush. You made me rush. How dare. How dare you? You made me rush the bathroom break. The nerve. The nerve. You didn't have to rush it? Yes, I did. Someone put me in the maid outfit and started hitting redeems. It was gonna be some... I have headphones on. The reason why I wear wireless headphones is so then that way, when I do my business, I can keep an eye on things that happen either in my chat or in the video game. Lord knows, if I go into a multiplayer game and I hear someone on Discord or some shit, like, warning me about something, I will rush the business just a little bit quicker. I'm playing a single-player game right now, though, and you put me in the maid outfit. Another teleportation moment, as we now go to the Great Pagoda. Apparently there's someone there we need to see. My goodness. Stop yelling at chat from the... What does it sound like? Can someone clip the distant yell and such when Sage decided to put me in the maid outfit? What's black and white all over? It's me now? Oh. You did the maid... So were you like accumulating points so you can do the maid outfit? So you could be like, oh hey, like I have a joke for you. Alrighty, you have 31k. Oh, you had plenty. I don't... Mostly because I have a friend who did that with jump scare redeems on during Halloween. Wait. Mostly because a friend who did that with jump scare during Halloween. Okay, but that's not... I don't have jump scares on my stream... On my, I don't have jump scare redeems. I just have, you know, normal redeems. It's just me in the chats. Besides, color me curious. I want to know what it's like. Alright, so... Self-advancement. Set the spells. Now, is the transformation... Oh, they put the... So it goes for 90 like, if they had this spell over at the transformation section, I think that would be a whole lot better. That way I could still use Immobilize, but I'm not going to give up Immobilize just to have, like, an attack booster. I've seen people get creative, especially if you're playing multiplayer games. Either way. Baba Booey. The point of binder is you can't... Is that you can't use... No, I understand, but it would have been like a transformation thingy-madiggy instead of a other thingy-madiggy. Alright, so this one requires a Kun Steel and other stuff. Moderately increases the damage dealt by all pillar staff moves. I don't know. That's not really helpful. I'd much rather prefer this, and I'm curious what that will transform into. That one could transform into something. Alrighty. Travel. So, you're over in the Begonia realm. That was the warding thing. We need to head to... So, the Bitter Lake had all that. Forest of Felicity. So, that was the Melon Field. The Brook of Tower. Longevity Road. Alright, I'm heading back to the forest. I'm just gonna double check that area that I was in earlier, but I'm pretty sure I have to go to the Longevity Road. The journey westward stretches far, o'er tower peaks and waters dire. Keep the trail talisman near. Different places have their own local specialities and materials. Why not take the opportunity to trade and make the most of your visit? Cool. Lord knows, like, maybe what the thing I should do next is, once I get to, like, the 4th or 5th zone, I should make it so that I just go to, like, earlier zones, run around, and pick up their materials. Because I'm fairly certain that some of the materials are... Like, some of the materials that you can pick up and what have you are, like, rarer in more areas than normal. Whoop. Fuck you. And fuck you. Whack. Playing a little game called Whack Fuck. Whack. Whack. Drink this. And then we pick this up. And we deal with that lightning guy again with his random bat. Alright, color me curious. Lol, the dude died to, like, the first poison attack. Alright, transformations are fine, and they regenerate, so it's not like a huge mana problem. Yeah. Did you give yourself a shout out, Sashera? Have you done that for yourself yet? Ooh, hello. Drink this, and then pick these up. There we go. Can't remember if I've gone there, but I definitely know I have not gone here. Oh, another lightning dude. Nice, nice, nice. Danger could be lurking in any corner. Yay, bellflowers. Or at least just one bellflower. Absorb this. Why would I want that? I haven't streamed in like a month. What? Sash? Is everything okay? Ow. Fuck you, Sanji. Whoa! Look at this Sanji guy! Ow. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Let me drink, please. Thank you. Oh, of course he has, like, a second mode. Oh, Jesus! Fuck, do not grapple me, please. Oh, we are gonna fight. We're gonna fight. Just awkward setup at the moment and haven't bothered fixing it. Plus, I talk myself out of doing it whenever I think about it. Well, I'm not gonna try and talk you into it, okay? Because you don't owe it to me, or really, yeah, like you don't really owe it to anyone to like whether or not you stream and for how long and all that kind of nonsense. Why does my there we go. It's more about oh. There we go. It's more about if you want to do it or not. And if it's, you know, if the vibes don't suit you right now and, you know, you're finding some problems with it right now, then trying to say like, oh, work through it and such like that is not the worthwhile action. Like, streaming should be a mixture of a release and a luxury. It should be something where if you do feel better from streaming, then definitely worth streaming, obviously. But, you know, it shouldn't be one done out of necessity. It should be one done because you want to do it. Alright, I am going to head down to this thingamadiggy here's. Have I already offered my incense to this place? Yeah, I must have, because the thingamadiggy is here. What's this? The Brook of Bliss. Noted. It's all for you, Sash. You should enjoy what you do. Yeah. Sometimes I have sagely advice that is very applicable. Although it would be nice to see you streaming again. Or to hang out with you. I know, like, you're not 100% down for it and such, but, you know, I appreciate the vibes you do sometimes, and the fun little things you do. I haven't seen you in Final Fantasy for a bit. It would be nice to see it again. Alright, so I need to go through his first form again. I hate how his arm, like, he feels like fucking Batman. Fuck you. He feels like Batman, where it's like, oh, I move around. Like, he'll just move around, and then it's like, oh, you moved a little further away? Let me just travel. Let's go with the Azure Dust. There we go. You're not all that powerful. There we go. And bam. There we are. Let me just drink this real quick, because I didn't realize I was that low on health! Ow. Okay, drink. Oh, Jesus.
Not to stop the killing. We must kill.
Cool advice. Final Fantasy XIV, sadly, I think is me having a little bit of a burnout, so I'm not letting it sit for a while until the itch comes back. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Well, I've definitely felt that. I'm sorry that's had to happen to you, Sash, but, you know, it's okay. Hugs for Sash. Ooh. Wait, can I do the hug emote? I can't do it from where I am. Damn it. Okay. Alrighty. Hi there, Deakus. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to deal with this fucking, like, Batman character over here. Because he'll do this thing where he'll, like his kicks will just travel. Like, he will just, even... Like, oh my god. Yeah, he hits hard. And, like, sometimes he'll... Oh, my God. Ow. Fuck you. And then he'll do the shit like that, where just, like, the combos. Oh, fuck's sake. And then he does shit like that. Just pondering, because my friend got the same issue with audio doing spontaneous... Oh. Oh, shit. The crunch happened. But yeah, So, yeah, the crunch happened, so the crunch can happen because of CPU nonsense, but, Whatsamahoozy's, Ripper has pointed out that the crunch can also happen because of Windows 10/11's audio drivers. sometimes they can, like, glitch out and what have you. So, there is not a lot of good solutions for it. So, like, there really isn't. Alright, wait, what does this orb do? Lands enough successful blows, hits to avoid the next fatal blow. Oh, okay, so that's what's been keeping me alive once or twice. This makes it so moderately increases... Upon successful hits with light attack combo, moderately increases damage. So that's what I've been using. I have, like, a new spell. Successfully casting removes all 4 Bane states. Recover a considerable amount of health upon performing. Each level moderately reduces the stamina cost of all actions. Increases the ratio of mana converted to thingy. Depletes stamina, but massively increases critical hit chance. Huh. Interesting. It didn't last for very long, but around the end of your last boss fight. Yeah, that's the thing, is... Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck. There we go. And I'm hitting the wrong thing. So there's one. And then he does a little thingy. There we go. And I am nearly dead. This is not good. I barely have the health. Cookie for Luna! I wonder if I can get the... Because I had the digital soundboard with the Lave Link and the audio runs via that. No, it's not... It's on the OS. That's the thing. It's not a... I'll need to talk to Ripper further about it, because it's like, yeah, it happens on stream sometimes. And I feel like the only way to, like, figure... Like, it's always annoying when it's like, oh, it's when this condition happens. It's like, I can't purposely replicate it. That's my biggest problem in trying to figure it out, is that it happens when it happens, and there is no rhyme or reason, so it's not a case... Because, like, if it was a case of, like, you know, maybe CPU maxing out or something like that, then... You know, I would try and run as many CPU-intensive tasks as possible, and observe the recording and such. But I don't notice it until I do streaming and what have you. Alright. What is this outfit? For a short, after using the gourd, massively increases maximum. So that does a chill resistance. Vengeful Mirage will deal thunder damage. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo, though. I do appreciate it. Apparently, like, one of the possible, perfect dodges reduces all spells, so that could be a good one. Using the gourd moderately increases damage, inflicting more on enemies at critical health. Increases shock damage. Upon consuming, critical hit is increased for a short time. Duplicates are cloaked in yellow wind. Massively reduces shock. Massively reduces shock. A moment considerably increases unveiling strikes damage. Alright. It seems specifically to be an OBS thing? Yeah. Ah, Raid! Hi there, local cat boy. Welcome, welcome. I am dealing with this Batman monk character who decides to just kick with no problems. Welcome, welcome. There we go. So yeah, see how he breaks out of his binds now, and and we're in phase 2, and it's gonna be a lot trickier. Or he's just gonna one-tap me because I put myself at really low health back in the first phase. Sorry, Grant, I can't hear. My headset exploded, but have a great time. Oh no! Oh no, local cat boy, I'm sorry. Well, hopefully the headphones are just a temporary problem and it's not something you have to replace. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go through an alternative path to see whether or not... Because I need to accumulate focus is what I need to do. And the easiest way to do that is just fight other creatures. Let's see what happens when I use... Alright, grab you. Why is it giving me boss music? Oh, because this guy saw me before I could even engage him. There we go. Alrighty. Yep, and it puts me in basically the same spot as last time. Alrighty. Drink this real quick. Hi there, Giga! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! Alright. There we go. Nope, just tiny pieces of will. Gosh darn you. Pick up more will from you guys. And then... So there he is. Alrighty. Fortifying medicine. Yeah, see that? Like, he just... Alrighty, there we go. There we go. Let's just get some help. Ah, that's annoying. He does like the bam, and then it's just like boom. Like he just goes a little bit further with that punch, and I have no clue. It gets me every time. 4 Banes hold sway. Thunder, Scorch, Frost, and Poison. I need to, like, not panic dodge is the thing. Because if I can do the perfect dodge, then it means that I don't have... It means that there's, like, a little there's, like, a little lightning thingy-majiggy that goes off. He just hits hard. He just hits really fucking hard. Alrighty. So yeah, so there he is over there. Alright, let's deal with you. I can just run through them. Alright, good to know that they're frozen so solid that... Alright, here we go.
Don't fight!
Can't... And again, with the delays... There we go. Oh, that worked. That thankfully worked. And then sulks. There we go. There we are. Let's get you guys up and running. Yes, I knew he was gonna do the double. I knew he was gonna do it then, which meant... Oh, fuck. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Yes! Woo! Drink that. And that's all I can drink. Alright. Take it. Nice. Can we get a shout out for Giga Shake, please? She's an amazing cowgirl streamer, and you should definitely check her out. Not because she's sexy, but because she's very talented. But it is also true she is a little sexy. Alrighty, so there's nothing more in this area, so we'll need to like... There we go. Drink you. Yeah, so we'll need to go further down to see what all that is about. Alright, drink that. Grab this. You had to salt Cradle Dan because my gotcha luck is garbage. Who am I shouting out? Giga Shake. She is an amazing... She's an amazing streamer. She does fun shit. Alrighty. So. We head down this way again. Nice try there, demon. Then we had this thing. Okay, so there is nothing else down this river. Okay. I thought there would be other things, but apparently not. You do the exclamation point shoutout ones, right? I also do the slashes. So the slash ones I think would work out better because that one actually like puts in the thingy-majiggy of, oh, this user did the shoutout. So then that way I know which one of my moderators did the shoutout. And StreamerBot should, or maybe maybe I'll need to redo it, but StreamerBot should have a thing where when you do the slash shoutout, let me double check my StreamerBot. Give me a second. Give me a second. Actions. Shout out. Shout out with overlay. So when Twitch moderation, when a shout out is created. Refresh triggers. So Twitch. Where's moderation? So when a oh, it's not here anymore. What? Moderator added, moderator removed. Oh, wait, it's not here. What? Hang on. Hang on. Advertisements, subscriptions, raid, pyramid, predictions, poll. Here it is. Shoutout created. So we delete that trigger. I'm going to disable that one. And then disable that one. Who redeemed? Target user. You found a broken? Nah. It's fine. It's fine. So, at GigaShake. If you found a broken, then that's good. It means then that I need to like double check. I need to double check like the thing. So the target user login, target user display name. So it gets all that information. Gets the broadcaster. Target username. Target user login. So yeah, so I can get. So the person who redeemed it, then it gets the target of the input, target user login. So then it does target user. It means I need to clean shit up is what it means. So, ding, dong. And then it is what it is. All right. But yeah, target user logon, GigaShake. Cooldown ends at 12:23 a.m. Target cooldown ends at 1:21 a.m. That's weird. Oh, it must be talking about like a time zone. Like it might be a different time zone. Trigger was because of the shoutout created. So yeah, it says so. It gets the user. So it knew Sashera did it. Broadcast is an affiliate. Oh, because they tell me whether or not they're an affiliate or a partner, I could probably do like way more. And then there's like target description, which is so yeah. So there's. Ah, it tells me that the last game you played, Sashera, was Goose Goose Duck. Target was last active 23rd of the 9th. Well, that's today. That's not when you last streamed. VTuber, Australian, sound warning, digital art, 18 plus only, English, ADHD, will ask if I need help. Yeah. Alrighty. Ding, dong. Give me a few. So, grabs the target user. grabs... So it adds information from the target user, adds all the information, hides the thingy-madiggy. Yeah, alright. Which I believe we're playing again in 30 minutes or so. Oh, nice. Alright, let's see what You have to wait an hour before giving Giga Shake another shout-out. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I am going to give Sashera a shout-out. Hey, there we go. So now it does all the extra stuff. There we go. I fixed it. Fixed it. There we go. There we go. Absolutely fucking beautiful. Thank you, Sashera. Alrighty. Neat. Alright, don't... Oh. And then we use this, and then we... Done. So yeah, we can't go any further after that melon. I still think Twitch Eternal cooldown on the feature is dumb. But it is a little dumb, but I think it's fair, because then that way you're not just like shouting people out one after the other. Because here's the other thing as well. The internal Twitch shoutout makes it so that there's a convenient follow button at the top of like chat and what have you. It's because that's the thing. Twitch is trying to make it so that it works for desktop users who have like a lot of plugins going off, but also mobile users who don't have a lot of plugins. Alrighty. Melon, so we were there. Tower of Karma was up there. So now we head to the Longevity Road. Because this was like the farthest we got last time. And there's like all kinds of, like, there was like all kinds of random shit here. So, I think that, like, if I can, I would prefer to use, like, internal shit with Twitch. That's just how I am. One of the things that I'm actually, you know, kind of excited for, and I reckon, like, you know, have you ever streamed on Picardo, Sashera? They had a thing where it was like, oh, you could, like, you had, like, a convenient, like, multi-tab thing for when, artists were streaming together. When they were doing, like, a collaborative thing. Apparently, they're going to introduce that, like, next week or so. Where you're going to be able to have, like, merged chats when you're doing the stream together thing. So, it is cool, but the stream together is still shit. It's fine if you're like an IRL streamer, because it's like, oh, here's a voice chatting system that's run through Twitch, and you just use Chrome. If you capture the entire desktop audio, none of this matters. And you just, you know, go ahead and turn on your webcam, you put the source into the corner, so then that way you see the other person's webcam. It works for IRL people. If, however, you are not an IRL person, and instead are like, oh, I don't know, a VTuber model, it's a lot of extra nonsense. Like, you're better off using, Discord, quite frankly, because, like, you can use, like, the Discord Fugi while you're in the chat, and it, you know, Discord Fugi works with, like, multiple streamers and such, because then I'm able to set up my PNG tuber to be the thing that's presented, because, just to, like, I can't just be like, oh, let me turn on screen sharing or the video camera for Vignon, because the Vignon is taking up this entire screen, technically speaking. The Vignon takes up the entire screen, so then that way, rather than moving my source around via OBS, I'm instead moving around my character camera, as you see here. So I can do this, I do this, I do this, and then I'm all the way back down here. Like, that's been my personal pref. People have different interpretations on how they want to set up, like, the streaming environment with their VTuber. It's not, like, I don't like the simple, oh, 3/4 turn thingy-majiggy that I'm doing right now. I'm not a huge fan of making that, like, the full thing. I much rather prefer, you know, having my zebra go all over the place. So, you know, there's always the possibility of me being like, alright, let me get up from my thingy-madiggy. I am done, good sir. Never mind. I'm back. See? So, like, it's really silly. Also, like, look at this. Never mind the fact that it's clipping. But yeah, and then I'm gonna be like, duh, 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 duh. And then I can do one of these. Look at that. Never mind the fact that my knees clip through my skirt. Da, 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 oh, J-O. Ba, ba, da, 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 da. So yeah. The knock thing, yeah, I use Opera, so every time I try, I get told it's Chrome or Firefox only. Yeah, no, exactly. It works for IRL tubers. It does not work very well for VTubers or those with their own, like, systems. So, that's why, like, with the stream together thing, back down into the corner there, with the stream together thing, I would engage the knock just so then that way there's the notification of, oh, hey, me and, you know, Code the Yoshi are streaming together. But we do not communicate through the Chrome interface. We do not use the browser sources from Stream Together. Instead, we use the Discord Fugi. And, you know, so, which, you know, and it gives you, like, the little UI update of, like, oh, hey, GrantZeebs is currently streaming, along with Code the Yoshi and such. That's kind of cool. It's a small thing that was in the title, which was alright. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm doing homework. Not to worry. Well, I'll try to be a little more quiet. So, yeah. So, now that they're introduced, like, Clancy, or, I can't remember his name. It's either Clancy Brown or Tom Clancy or something. He's made the mention of, like, oh, hey, when you do the stream together, you can have it so that the chats are all in one, which, I'm gonna be real, is fucking awesome. That's what used to happen when the partners stream together and what have you, and I very much love that idea. And one of the things that I honestly miss is when Scribbly Noodle would stream with other artists and would have a and while he was streaming with other artists, they would just, like, chat together and such. So if they do a merged chat, I think that's just so much cooler. I would totally be down for doing stream more often, and what's more, I would probably do it impromptually. If someone has their, because, by the by, like, if I'm following you right now, or you're a partner, technically speaking, we could stream together right now. You can knock on my door. If I'm following you, or you're a partner, or you're one of my favorites. All right, open that chest. So yeah, you're down to 23k points from 100k. Oh, and you could have tried to be my favorite. Oh, what the shit? Oh, all right. Hang on. Do we have to fight? I guess so. Is this guy gonna be a pushover? Nope, he is not gonna be a pushover. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Wait, that was a lesser Yao Guai? Oh, he's just gonna keep on popping up. That was a lesser? Fuck. Mr. Squidward, creases Jordans. Sorry, I don't know why that popped up in my head of all things. Oh, and then there's the... I don't know why that soundboard like popped up in my head when I was just like thinking fuck. And then there's whoever the fuck this is. Never mind then. The Spirit of Void Illusion. Oh, that was one of the 4 captains then. Well, I'm glad I don't have to boss battle one of them, so... Works for me. Kill the bird. And there we go. Wait, there's something shooting, spiky things at me. Oh, there it is. There we go. And then more will. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Where was I in my... Oh, yeah, so... If I'm following you, or you're a partner, or where you're in my list of favorites, you and I, we could stream together. I follow a lot of people as well, so... Normally I follow people that I'm like, hey, cool vibe. And the number of them that are introverts is fairly high, so I reckon not too many of them are going to do the whole stream together knock thing. It would be cool, but, you know, it's filled with people like, you know, Dazarus and Ko the Yoshi and what have you, where I feel like they would sooner ask permission rather than be like me and be like, hey, I want to see what happens when I do this. Oh, hello. And that time. Oh! Nope, do not let him... Oh, hello. Ow. Fuck you. Alright, drink this. Thank you. Alright, once I get momentum, I can just... Oh, you're real. Here we go. Yeah, I follow you, Dekus. Did you just, like, double-check your, stream layout and you saw, like, hey, you can knock on this streamer's, stream and join into the chats? I am so fucking lost. Oh, hey, a, celestial worm there. Although there's a giant fucking... The fuck is this thing? Someone has been feeding Dazarus too many hamburgers. Fuck you. The skull of the... What is that? I don't think I was supposed to get that. Moderately increases the chances of obtaining materials upon killing an enemy. Oh. Oh, I was not supposed to get that. That is not something I'm supposed... Like, okay, hang on a second. Give me a second, chat. Give me a second. I'm fairly sure the Skull of Turtle Treasure is not supposed to be something I can get really quickly. I remember when you said you follow me. I'm just terrible at making plans with people. Introverted as well. Yeah, fair enough. I have to, like, break through my introvertedness. Here's the thing as well, is that some people think that if you're introverted, you're not interested in, like, socializing at all. It's like, oh, you don't socialize or such. You're all about, you know, being by yourself and reading your books or what have you. It's like, no. That is not what introverted means, okay? Because people look to me and they're like, oh, you're not introverted at all. You go out, you hang out with people. It's like, no. Introverted means that you are expending your energies while socializing with other people. It is a different means of how you socialize. Extroverted people gain energy from socializing. So they're the ones that normally are, you know, relying on other people and what have you to gain, like, sentience and what have you. Whereas with the introverts, we need a day. We need the plan. We need the, like, it takes a bit to get us going. But we're like a diesel engine. Once we're going, oh, baby, we can hold on conversations. We are dinner guests. We are fun dinner guests. So that's the thing with me, is that, like, a lot of the time, I'm by myself. I'm not hanging out with people. So by the time I do go into work or I start streaming and shit, you know what? You're finding out. This is why this is why I like hanging out with people. Is because I have all this energy and I need to use it. It's like the kid when you finally put them into a sport and shit. The Skull of Turtle Treasure is one of the rarest items in Black Myth Wukong. Less than 1% chance. 1%! This fucking thing. 1%. 1% chance I could have gotten that. Why? Why don't I get this luck in, like, other gacha games? The Valley of X different shrine. Turn left and head forward into there will be a turtle soul. Does not have a set bonus. Understandable, but holy shit. Holy shit, I now just increase things. I now just increase the chances of getting things. We are definitely equipping that. Alrighty. Oh my goodness. Another lesser Yao. And another Wakened Wine Worm, which is what we wanted. How many do we have now? Hi there, Ark. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the follow earlier, Ark. I greatly appreciate it. Glad to see you're up and about. Alright, so we got you. You're not listed there. You're not listed there. Okay, I've got 4 of you now. Okay, cool. I've got 4 of you. I can increase the lamb one. I can increase the lamb brew when I have 1 more of you. Yeah, oh my goodness, this mask. Oh hey, another one of those guys. Please don't be a problem. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. You didn't fall on top of me. And I got myself a curio for that. Most welcome. Doing well. Been meaning to catch your stream. So glad you were able to. Hey, nice! So I didn't have to work today because it's a public holiday. So I decided to, like, stream in the morning. I try and, like, I'm based in Australia and such, so it does not make it a great time to try and do streams for different people. For, like, the Americans and the Europeans, someone is going to be upset by my streaming schedules. If I stream in the evening, it's a terrible time for the Americans. It's the middle of the day for the Europeans. If I stream in the morning, it's a great time for the Americans because it's, you know, just at the end of the day, maybe after dinner or something or rather. It's a terrible time for the Europeans because it's like 1 in the morning kind of example. Australians are always going to complain because Australians are, like, closeted. They don't want to deal with, like, you know, heavy, muscular, like, zebras. They take one look at me and they're just sort of like, why are you so different? There's like a saying in Australia where it's like something about the tall poppies. They're not a fan of oop, hello. Bird? Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, Sage, hi. Oh, fuck. Oh boy, I nearly died. I did not pay attention. You'll happily deal with a huge Zeebs? Excellent, thank you. That's who I'm here for. I'm here for the people that like the big Zeebs. I'm here for the people that are fine with the Fursonas and they don't have an issue with them. There were a number of people when I streamed Friday night. Also, if anyone who hasn't seen it before, I went and got myself, because of What Insomnia, an amazing artist that does normally, like, Bara characters and what have you. They did an amazing piece, like, because they were wanting to try out PNG tubers, and they went and created this guy. This is his standard form. Now, he is at, like, you know, the normal levels that you would expect a regular human to be. Sage loves the guy. Thank you so much. There were some people who did not take kindly to the lack of muscle on this zebra. They looked at him, and they were, quite frankly, a bit miffed. They were like, where is his muscle? Muscle, ew, and all that kind of nonsense. And it's like, oh shit, this is not a good time to... Oh, and there's multiples of them! Fuck. Alright, let me just even the playing field, please? Or we just die. But yeah, so not a lot... Also, Hyper Himbo him. Someone Hyper Himbo him. Hyper Himbo. Do it. Do it, you won't. Hyper Himbo. Hyper Himbo him! Thank you so much, Sage, for the Hyper Himbo. So yeah, this is what he looks like. Like, look at this sexy slab of meat. Look at this muscle bound. Thick skull, thick thighs, thick lives. Look at him. Absolutely fucking yoked. But yeah, this is what people expected, like, a PNG tuber Grant to be, like, all days of the week and what have you. Which is like, I respect the desires and what have you, but, you know. Oop. I respect the desires, but please, you know, you gotta be respectful of even just the standard size. Ow, fuck you, bird. Are you serious right now? Fucking bird. What was that somersault? I don't know. In my defense, it was 4 AM and thought you were the D-Himbo 3D, but the form is also, oh, such a lookie. No, oh yeah, fair enough. You, Sage, you've been a lot more respectful about the model and what have you. There have been a mix of so I do understand that there was just general surprise to the VTuber, to the BNG model when it was, like, you know, skinny, where it was, like, you know, a standard size Grant instead of a, you know, hugely muscle-bound Grant like he is right now. So, I understand there was going to be shock. I just wasn't a huge fan of people that, you know, kept on railing on the lack of muscle in the standard form, because it was like, you know, I get it, you want him to be strong and what have you, but the 3D model I got from Wulk is quite a, like, he is a very, like, you know, not that normal of a thing, and we couldn't really go for, I don't think Wulk has the, I don't think he's ever done a model where it would be like someone really twinky and then turning him into the muscle bound that he is, because it would be just so much, it would just take so much retopology, and then you would have to, like, really shrink down the mesh when he's in standard form. And, you know, if you're looking to try and be game ready, it's like, I don't know if people would find that very worth it. He's a very voluptuous model. The 3D model? Yeah, no. But I still like it. Here's the thing. Every piece of art I get of my zebra, I like. Because, you know, it's this facsimile of me. It's like this desirable or something. It's not like a... It's not a proper representation of what I am IRL, as much as I would love that, but, you know, transhumanism has not really gone far enough where it can convert, like, 50% of my body fat into muscle in very quick succession. So, GrantZeebs is a working project IRL trying to get to this kind of thing, but even then, quite frankly, it's not exactly possible for me to do because, you know, not normal. Alright, here we go. Here's the big one. There we go. Look at this fat Dazzy. Someone clip this and tell them this is what Dazzy is with too many hamburgers. Yeah. But yeah. So. Oh, drink. Otherwise I'm gonna die. Because there was like other birds and shit here. Where am I in my train of thought? You getting there? Yeah, thank you, Sage. My weight has... So, yeah, my weight, predictably, has plateaued once again to 141 kilos. So I definitely do need to talk to a doctor of being like, hey, I would like to try and lose weight. So, and from the sounds of it, like, there is options for me. Like, I can either take, like, pills or injections that can have it, so then that way I don't retain as much of the calories that I am consuming and such, and try and balance out my insulin levels. Alright, we're done with the Hyper Himbo. Cool. I am going to swap back over to the 3D model. There we go. Drink this before we absorb this. This is so then that way, yep, fills up my thingy-diggy to full. And oh, there we go. Ow, fuck you, frog. Get away from the frog before it, you know, decides to explode and ruin my... Wait a minute, did I accidentally... Yeah, I might have accidentally, like, fallen off the thingamadiggies. Yep, I need to... I'm gonna need to make my way back up the thingamadiggy. You clipped it for Grant? Thank you, Sage. I greatly appreciate it. Remember to title the clips, so then that way I know which ones to, you know, keep in my thingamadiggy rather than, like, removing from my queue. Because there are clips historically where people will not give a name to them, which is, like, you know, a little bit annoying, because it means that I don't know if this is a clip where someone was just trying to skip the... Oh, hi there, Flu. Welcome to the stream. I didn't see you stealing my shirt. You crafty Kenku. You crafty Kenku. You did it. Alrighty, Nice. That felt good. That was a good hit. I'll know. Okay, apparently I'll know. Oh, hey, another lotus thing. Thank you. More tree pearls is always nice. So yeah, so that puts me back here, back at, like, the bottom of the thing, which I need to... So I need to use this, and I need to teleport back up to the top. So, ding ding ding, Valley of Ecstasy, Longevity Road. So yeah, so I will probably stick to the road this time, rather than, like, veering off, like, left and right. H-O-G-G-O-G-O. Alrighty. Oh, hey, there's something to grab over there. Alright, let's not deal with the birds. Oh. I'm almost up to level 70. This would be good. Picking up more will as I go along. Okay, I swear there was something here to pick up, but I guess not. Also, holy shit, I'm getting hit quite a bit. I definitely need to increase my, my mana when I have a chance. Alright. Grab you. Might have to do some adjustment on the mic sensitivity with the PNG at some stage. Yeah, I do. So yeah, because here's the thing is, when it comes to the PNG tuber as well, I don't want to have to use another program. The point of the, I'm using something called, like, Move Transition, so then that way I can enable and disable the different PNGs, like the one with the open mouth, the one with the closed mouth. The reason for that is so then that way, you know, if there's a game that's intensive on the resources, I'm not spending resources on programs. I can limit the number of programs I need in order to stream. Because on a good day, you know, I would like to run everything that I would like to run, including, like, you know, this fighting thingamadiggy in the background, the fishing, and what have you. But, you know, if they are taking up resources, then it's like, yep, I gotta turn all those things off. That looks dangerous! Hang on, I'm just gonna take a quick sip. Ignore the fact that it made a fuzz noise. Why do I see Kalua's name? I swear I saw it earlier, now I can't find it. Alrighty. But yeah, so I'll send Sashera, like, the thingamadiggies that I've got, because the way that it works is I have like a filter on the microphone. So the way it works is that actually let me just copy this, because, you know, Sash might appreciate this. Plus, I can also double check and see whether or not I've sent her a little thingamadiggy of, hey, I am playing my Mario Kart. It would be great if you joined in with me. So yeah, so I've got a filter that will either enable or disable a PNG depending on, like, a meter setting. So I've just sent you the 2 images. So the way it works is that the PNG for when to, like, open my mouth is when, like, once the input peak, like, hits, like, 0.1 or higher, it engages the ducky. If it's under that, then it engages the closed. That's the idea. Now, some people have a thing where it's like, oh, if you set it higher than, like, the points at which you need to talk or something, or if you do easing. But the problem is I don't really have, like, a lot of wiggle room to do the easing. Because if I do the easing, then there's potential for both the images being shown, or none of them being shown. And that's where the tricky part is. That's why people use, like, Videomo, like, to do their, like, audio ducking stuff. Because they have, like, a convenient little meter. So then that way, rather than having, like, 2 separate images that have their own filters engaged, it's instead the one program that does all the extra nonsense of, like, oh, once you hit above this threshold, then it starts doing the thing. But then we have, like, an easing threshold, so then that way it's, so, like, after, like, a second or something like that, it goes back to the closed threshold. That way it's not doing a, you know, a rapid thingy-majiggy. But, you know, that's kind of hard to program in OBS via the plugins that I currently have. And I want to make it as well. Like, this is the important bit. I don't want to use hotkeys to, you know, set the different forms. I want to make it so that I try and limit... So I want to remove as many hotkeys as possible. I want to make it where it's either WebSockets into a program, which is what I'm using with Vignon, or it's, you know, triggering OBS, because OBS has its, like, WebSocket thingamajiggies as well, and connectors, and that's what I want to use. I want to try and avoid hotkeys and programs. That's the goal. And right now, like, the PNGs, it's 2 separate images, so then that way they're even easier to set up and such. Also, check out my throne. Alright. This is a danger noodle if ever I... Oh, that's blood! The Captain Kalpa wave. Oh boy. Alright, let's not panic. There we go. Oh, there's... Oh, the blood does something. Okay. Okay. Oh, hang on. Why is there a string of... Why did it go that way? Oh, never mind. He's chasing after me. Is this weird fuckery? Like, what is the... Oh, Jesus. Avoid the blood. Blood hurts. Oh, Jesus. And the... What monstrosity is it? I have no fucking idea. It's kind of, you know... Oh, Jesus. Oh, interesting. I didn't know the wind would do something. And right on the cooch. Damn it, missed the cooch. There's a lot of rotations, I know, but, you know, hear me out. It is what it is. Ooh, hello. Ding. And then... Am I gonna get this in one shot? And I'm not even gonna have, like, the guy's, like, you know, crazy ability go... Or is it gonna be a phase 2? Because that's the other thing as well, is I have to be mindful of the fact that, you know, this could easily just change into a phase 2. Nope, never mind. There is no phase 2. Thank Christ. Alrighty. Absorb that. Getting myself a mind core, which I can use to create the celestial pill. The spirit of Captain Kalpa. Excellent. I need a shrine. I can't just... Because I feel like if I run in... Oh, wait, no, I have a full gourd again. Excellent. Alright. Observe our surroundings. Keep an eye out on anything useful. And we can't go that way. Alright, cool. That thing reminds me of a creature from Chinese poison magic called a monster pot. Oh, no, the monster pot is literally just a pot, but it's filled with, like, all the different beasts and spirits, and it's like a poison, and the idea is that at the end of all that, there's, like, a super poison that is formed because of, like, the combination of all the different, like, curses and monsters that, you know, went through it and such. It's like Nurgle's weird fuckery. But, no, that's not what that was. That one was just a fucked up captain. Also, big door. Wait, hang on. Can I open this door? No, it doesn't look like I can open the door. Oh, but hey, there's pots. 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 Alrighty. Yum. Okay. Is there, like... Hang on, is there something I could use? So we got our inventory. We got the fox brush. There we go. Also, check it out, Sash. It's a fox! It's a fox! Alright, I'm gonna use this. So yeah, so we're gonna teleport back to, like, the scroll village thing. Well, there's a few places we need to teleport. So the first place that we're gonna be teleporting is the Lower Pagodia realm, because we've killed the 4 captains for the dude that was down there, the blind dude. So now we're gonna go check in with him and see if he gives us anything for, you know, defeating the 4 captains. Alrighty. Down this way. Oh yeah, this was the place where I learned... Oh hey, fall damage is a thing, by the by. Oh, snake thingy-majiggy. Oop. Alright. Snakehead, thank you. Ugh. Alright, here he is.
Thank you for bringing them back. The suffering has ended.
Wait, is he blind, or is he just red-eyed?
I too saw myself as destined. But look at me. And the destiny of those who followed my cause. Take this. I don't need it anymore.
Oh. Is that a relic? Is that a new relic?
Now I can go home.
Cubai Spearhead. Oh, it's a material.
I heard the great sage is dead. But what's the difference between life and death? For we live in such a troubled age.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you?
Oh, he's just talking about the great sage again. Alright, cool. Anything to pick up from in here? No. Alrighty. Alright, so what is it? The celestial general and soldiers craft their weapons from refined steel, just as the previous owner of the spearhead did. This spearhead can be used as a material for weapon crafting. Cool. Yeah. This is like a prison. It's like the pit. You know that film with Batman and Bane and, you know, Bane broke his back and he sent him here? It's kind of like that. Oh, hey, an entirely different, integrating spear techniques into light combo attacks and increases the damage dealt by thrust stance moves. Ooh, and it does, like, a lot more damage. Well, maybe if I invested the points into them, then maybe, but... Alright, over into the scroll we go. The herbs and fungi you gather along the mountain paths are all essential medicine ingredients. Certain medicines necessitate a formula to be made, a secret that may reveal itself through your exploration. But yeah, look at this little... Alright, first and foremost, let's pick up our harvest. Ooh, we get, like, all of it.
No harvest without hard work.
Nice, nice, nice. Alrighty, you.
Mine eyes doth see the dell from the confines. My pills are reliable, but be wiser than relying solely on them.
Thank you. Alrighty. Another celestial pill, please.
From yin and yang, 5 elements emerge. Each nature inherits.
From yin and yang, not yin and yang.
Body's a universe.
Yin didn't have a G. Maximum health increases by 15. Not much, but it is still a worthwhile increase. And then over on the mortal side, longevity, critical hit chance, uses the snake head, moderately increases the damage, uses the snake head. We don't have a monkey head. Got plenty of licorice. Antisma. Ooh. Damage reduction. That one we'll go for. 10 of you. There we go. That's the tenacity. This is body cooling. Body warming. I'm gonna go with 5 of you. 5 of you. Might as well go for it. Alright. Anything new here? Miracle Pill. Upon use, instantly gain a considerable amount of might. Considerably increase. Yep. Alright.
No shame in taking the pills. More unfair are the innate skills.
Yeah, might as well have this one increase. So that's 2, and then the other one will no doubt be 2 as well.
Now you can finally drink
Yep.
deep and full.
And then the fragrant wine wants 3, so... That one wants 1, that one wants 5. And then moderate increases movement speed. So both of these do 36%. That one does 20 and it reduces even further. So that does 45. That one does 36, but the thing is that 36 can increase because the older the wine is, the more it does. But I don't know if there's other... Let's see. Yeah, look at this. Like, there's the Jade Lotus Gourd, which... I'm not too jived about it just because of the fact it's like, oh, you gain more if you have duplicates out. And it's like, I'm not... The spell is expensive. I'm not getting the duplicates out, like, willy-nilly.
Down a few mouthfuls in one go.
So... And then... Oop. Hang on. Where's the... There he is. Let loose a flurry of punches and kicks. Different phases of light attacks enable different moves. Slightly increases the attack, the critical hit chance, and critical damage, but massively reduces the maximum mana. Oh, it does a pretty... I just saw it does +5 to the damage, +2% to the chance, and +4% to the crit. And it reduces the mana by 50, which is a bit, but I've not had a mana issue like for a bit now, especially now that I have the gourd that will just give me mana when I drink it as well.
Back so soon. Give it in.
Alright. So that one does 75. That one... I am going to at least craft that one. Because I feel like that would be... Integrates into the light combo and increases the damage dealt by thrust stance moves. So yeah, so we can easily like just...
Yeah, I'll get to...
And then... These are armors that we can craft. Is there anything we can up... So we can upgrade these. Nothing's really blowing me away as in a, like, yeah, let's... Performing 3 consecutive within a brief period restores a moderate amount of mana. That's cool, but I'm not exactly doing that very well.
Stays firm. Go.
But yeah, Lord knows that, once I, like, kind of want to revisit older chapters. Alright, travel. There isn't really a... The new Thunderclap Temple. Now, as far as I know, the Fox Spirit mentioned something about a side entrance or something. Aye. Oh yeah, new curios. I forgot to double check what the new one does. Considerably increases the defense, deals damage to surrounding enemies upon taking hits. Fuck yes, that is just gonna be a new wear. And then this is the... So that's the bird one. And then... Yep, that was the miracle pill. Alright. She mentioned there was like a side entrance, I think. I swear she mentioned a side entrance. I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, this transformation is very useful. So I'm able to just...
The land of Thunderclap allows no faith but one!
Yep. There we go. Okay, so the incense sticks do not help me. I'm hoping that while I'm transformed as her, she'll give me, like, some dialogue stuff to help, you know, give me a little bit of insight as I run around this place. Because, Lord knows, I could do with the insight. It does let me skip all these guys, which is rather convenient. The only people I need to worry about is the monks. Why don't...
So crush them on this!
Alright, let's go for the big hit. Ooh, a headband. See no evil. More easily trigger perfect dodges. Hey, that's pretty cool. Alrighty. Oh, I should probably make it where rather than, yeah, I can equip it, so let's put it on the down thingy-madiggies. There we go. Oh, I did not see you earlier. The fuck are you? And you got 4 hooves. I didn't know what kind of noise a zebra accurately makes. Yeah, I don't know. That's my guess. Okay, so the algo. Excuse me as I run around like a fucking idiot. But this gives me a chance to explore. Oh, Jesus. A monk from the sea. Well, that was bound to happen since I wasted like all my my healing on like earlier like thingamajiggies. Clip clop, clip clop. Ah! Oh my god!
With the 5-month tier 1 sub.
5 months! Thank you so much!
Zebra.
Thank you so much for the 5-month resub. I greatly appreciate it. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements that normally pop up, and you get to utilize all the cool emotes that are part of my channel. I hope you have a favorite. Alrighty, let's go through this with a little more tact. So rather than like running around, let's see what it's like going through this particular village as a as the monkey, because it looks like some people don't have too big of an issue with the fox, but I'm curious. Oop. Ow, fuck you. Evil repelling medicine went into there. Cool. Get clipped, Timbo. Thank you. Thank you for clipping. I do appreciate the channel clipping. It does actually help me.
It's the
So
make your power leak.
oh, what am I thinking? I should just... There we go. Because that's the trick, isn't it? Like... They do catch me a little bit, but... The fuck is that? What the fuck is... It's a donut. What did you think it was? It's just a donut. It's just a cool glazed donut. There's nothing suspicious about it. Alright, so there's those guys there. But yeah, it looks like this temple has like multiple ways for us to get in and out. Because I'm pretty sure I saw like side entrances as well that were like up here. So... Oh, hey, another blind monk. What's your, There we go. Hi there, Phantom. There's a That's a donut. I'm a 23-year-old Swedish super nut. Now we're both lying. It's a donut. That's what it is. It is a donut. Don't be thinking too hard about it. Okay, these guys are... There we go. It's just a donut. Gotta bounce. See you later. Not to worry, Dekus. Thank you so much for coming along to the stream. I greatly appreciate it. Alrighty. So there's a major side entrance here. Oh boy. Yeah, the frame rate is not having a fun time for whatever reason. Yay, more spirit, please. Alrighty. Thinking too hard is why the emote exists in the first place. Yeah, don't think about it too much. Alrighty. There you are. Then we collect the will. And there's like 3. Love the frog, Sage. That's a cool frog. No, you can't yeet me, Phantom. That's not how... That is not a command in my stream, I'm sorry to say. Ooh. Level 70. There we go. There we are. There we are. 99% or an Izak. God damn. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier. That was a high himbo rating. Good work for you. Cookie for Phantom Master. Here's your cookie. Cookie. There we go. Ooh, interesting. There's a potentiality of getting frozen on this plate. Who's freezing me, I wonder? Oh, it probably was just one of the guys that did the frozen thing on me. It wasn't an effect on this area. Got a lurk. I'm playing Mass Effect, and I'm at the end of Mass Effect 2. Ooh, Mass Effect 2 is a good one. That was how I first got into Mass Effect as well. God damn it, Erin, Zach. Ow. Alright. VH Ginseng is mine. Looks like there's someone there. Let's deal with you guys. Alright, there he is. There. Why am I so fucking cold? Fuck you. There we go. Okay, hang on. I am going to need to eat the thingamadoogie. Where is it? Body warming. There we go. Oh, come on! You don't get to complain about a horny chat and then have your purple donut as a channel emote. It's a subscriber emote, thank you very much. And it is a donut. Does subscribing mean I can use the text-to-speech bot again? No, it's still a redeem. It's still just a channel redeem. It's not a command that I have available for subscribers. The reason being is because when it was first unveiled as like a command available to subscribers, subscribers would only communicate through there. And I found that it was it stopped other people from like wanting to engage with me and such. Someone abused it when I was too depressed to be here. The short of it is, yeah, it got abused by the subscribers, and it, like, sort of, instead of incentivizing people to, you know, subscribe, it instead decentivized normal people from communicating in the chat, which is not what I wanted. So yeah, I wanted it to encourage viewers, not desensitize them. So, hence why I pulled back on it and made it so that it was only a channel point redeem and something for either myself or moderators. Sorry, GrantZeebs. I will say, though, I love your emotes, even if you don't have them. Not to worry, not to worry. Ow, you hit hard. What the fuck, dude? Alright. There we go. There we go.
Uranina paid me to say I have bad news for you, honey. If someone is in this stream willingly, they are not normal.
Normal as in those that are normally here.
Allows no faith but one.
So far, so good. It's not been a total disaster. Nice. Yep, and that puts me back over here. And then there's those two thunderclappy things there. You're pulling my leg. Noted. Using nothing but the fucking spinnies. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna swap over from this guy over to you real quick. I probably need to, like, actually engage some will into you, though, rather than just leave you as is. Plus, I've got, like, the Knot of Nothingness now, so... Alright, absorb you, so then that way I have... Did you know that zebra meat is described as tasting like a sweeter version of deer meat? That is an interesting thought, like, having something sweeter than venison. Like, what kind of sweeter? Are we talking like a sweeter, either like an actual candy sweeter, or like juicy sweeter?
To kill is to Uphold the Dharma!
Ow. Fuck you. I'm making bad mistakes. I know how to deal with these guys, I just don't deal with them well. With, you know, two of them. There we go. Oh, it doesn't even kill all of them? Okay, note to self. These kinds of guys are very difficult and should not be mistreated. Alrighty. Let's head back to the shrine and do some level ups, because we should be good. H-O-T-G-O-G... Wait. H-O-T-T-O-G-O. There we go. Back in the temple entrance. Offer the incense. Alright, so we can set the spells, but there isn't really a newer spell that I want. No, don't take my leg. Alright, so we have the option of mysticisms and alterations. Extends the duration. Increases the critical hit stack per second. Can be performed with a charged heavy attack. That is a good one to activate. And we can't activate anymore. Considerably increases the damage of Unveiling Strike. The mana cost of this spell slightly increases upon awakening this talent. Understood. Increases focus gain upon successful hit with Unveiling Strike. The cooldown of the spell is massively reduced. Considerably increases the critical hit damage. Temporarily increases damage after a perfect. Narrow the wind of Rock Solid. Slightly extend the invisibility period of the first move of all varied combos. Let's give that one a try. And then we cultivate the spirit. So this one we can either do the Knot of Voidness. Increases the damage dealt and the knockback effect of the skill. Reduces the key. Reduces the key. 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 Alright, let's cultivate you. Reduces the key. Considerably increases the damage dealt by the skill. Reduces the key. Noted. Cool. There's, like, places I could go for the, hang on. What's the spirit? So, hang on. Bing, don't, not this spirit, but, what's the spirit called again? Here it is. The Wandering Wight. So, that guy apparently can open up places, so... Wandering Wight... what's the word I'm looking for? Secret... openings. So... How to unlock this? How to find and beat secrets. Because the Wandering White, like, apparently will open up areas. So, secret location. Defeat the Wandering White. Facing them in the middle cause the Wandering White to disappear, and you'll lose the chance to challenge him and earn his reward. Secret location. Does the thingy-madiggy. You defeat the Elder. And you get the thing. So that was the Chapter 1 secret. Chapter 2 is the Yellow Sand, which does the Kingdom of Shali. So you arrive at the Sand Gate, you fight the tiger, you fight the bug, and then we get the Wind Tamer. Chapter 3 is the White Snow, where we unlock the Zodiac Village, where we can do the harvesting. Ebb and Flow transformation, allow you to change into the Yin Tiger. Talk to me, you'll see the challenge. With equipped more curios, will grant you additional slot to equip another curio. Select the craft option. You've acquired the iron set, which you can have in craft. Now challenge. Anytime to experiment with new builds or practice combos will no longer yield additional rewards. The Great Pagoda. The alternate ending can be achieved when you fight Erlang, where you'll fight Shen. After the Destined One defeats the Stone Monkey and the Great Sage Broken Shell, you'll become a monkey. Falls onto the ground instead of being approach the internet showing the story of Wukong. Complete all the treasure hunt quest in Bitter Lake. Fuck is Bitter Lake? Hang on a second. So, Chapter 3. And then... So, Bitter Lake, complete. And then... Rosy Cheeks. So that's Chapter 4, which we're not in yet. So those are the Zodiac Villages. Those are the secret bosses. Alright, so... Why would they tell me about... Because I swear the Wandering White had, like, some... Like, hang on. Opens... how to beat the Wandering Bright. How to kill, how to defeat. No, I already know how to beat them. But... Alright. Black... why is it... Hang on. Black Myth Wukong Secret Wall. How to find secret walls / areas. So it's apparently some secret walls. And it opens that nonsense. I don't need that one. Starfight, Turtle Island Sanctuary. Ding, 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 ding. North Shore of the Bitter Lake. And long, unlock. Reach the precipice corner. Follow the path, interact with the 4 Buddha statues. Follow the path. So we interacted with the 4. And then it gets us to the Valley of Ecstasy. Okay, and then we had the Longevity Road. Contains a Captain's Spirit required to complete the Prisoner quest in the Begonia Realm, which we did. Then we have... Make sure to speak with the Fox. That gives you that lets the Destined One transform you can use to explore without being detected by most enemies. They acts as a hub where they return each time they finish a section of the temple before proceeding to the next. Head towards the tall building in the middle, head inside, go past the altar, go up the stairs, and you'll find... Keep going forward until you reach the end to open a gold-painted chest, receive materials. So... increases the transformation duration. So there's like several fucking times I'm gonna be running around this place. My goodness, so many areas with others. Apart from that, any other series is fairly easy to try. Alright, so wait, hang on a second. Chapter 2, Secret Wall. Chapter 2, Secret Wall. Nope, of course. I have to actually... You can't type in what you want to search in the search bar for Steam. You have to go into Google, then type in Secret Wall Chapter 2 Wukong. Is this the wall that I'm thinking of? Secret Island near Valley of Despair. Yeah, no, I've already opened up this wall. Never you mind. It is what it is. Alrighty. So, useless. Alright, we rest. And I'm an idiot.
Nanny?
What do you mean you want to directly look something up easily on that's supposed to have it? Most web browsers have a thing where when you browse, like when you type into the search bar, it like, or when you type into the address bar, if it's not an actual web address, it just goes to Google instantaneously. Google has definitely made themselves synonymous with the search by making that the standard behavior on both, like, to make that the standard behavior on, like, Explorer, Firefox, and all that. So, cannot blame them. And then... Oh, come on. Why are you... Stop following me, you piece of shit. And then... Pretty sure these guys do react to me. Yeah, these ones react to me. The humanoid ones react to me way more than the, Poor Bing. At least Bing does it. That's the thing, is that even Internet Explorer, like, it gives you Bing instead of Google when you set it, because it's set by that by default, but you can change it to Google. Point is, every web browser does it, but for whatever reason, Steam just does not have that natively.
Ages ago, Jinjanza and I were peers. Ever questing with goodwill, he was. His nature made him question the supremacy of us beyond mortal woe and grief. He deemed all souls could be akin to us. Why then do we tower whilst others merely kneel and offer? He asked. I told him the others are less than us. His misstep cast him back into the endless cycle. Reborn, he drew 3 disciples. But what did they change? One ended up a corpse, others fugitives. He too took to the shadows.
What?
Pathetic. Those journeyers have misplaced their worship. Why bet on the sutra when one oneself can be a Buddha?
Uh-oh.
Kneel before the Buddha of the future.
Oh, that's Yellowbrow, just right at the get-go, I see. Uh-oh.
The gate is sealed. Why not yield and join my disciples?
join my disciples. Disciples, the pilgrim himself has come to my
I don't know if this is how they want me to... Oh, Jesus!
I can cease your struggle with but one hand upon my guidance.
Alright. Okay, so he's probably not the final boss of this area. Cause yeah, I went through that guy like relatively well. Bing. Alrighty. Sylvester Crystal. Hi there, Shuto. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Are you an expert on the Journey to the West? Do you know all the stories about the Black Myth Wukong? Do you know all the cool shit? I like that this thing increases my strength, but I might need to go with a different gourd, because the gourd gives me, like, way more slots. Gather this. So I have the tree pearl. Oh, hey, there's a chest over here. How have I not noticed that particular chest all this time? Alright, open you. There we go. So yeah. Also, do I have like a different soak is the question. So we got the lotus, we do the thing that has the reduction of the thing. Poison resistance, shock resistance. Using the gourd moderately extends the duration of the next immobilization spell. Availing strike, rock solid. When at full health, restores mana. Using the gourd can be interrupted by incoming attacks and no longer Using the gourd can no longer be interrupted by incoming attacks and now provides considerable damage reduction. No, this makes it so that I have damage reduction a short time. So yeah, moderately increases. Using the gourd can no longer be interrupted and now provides considerable... Okay. But it doesn't give me a duration, so I think that the iron pellets means that, oh, I won't get, like, broken out when using it to heal. So yeah, so we got that. And then that one has... increases a small amount of health, breath of fire. Alright, so if I change, moderately increases damage reduction. I'm gonna go with... I'll go with the iron pellets, moderately increases... That does 36. This does 36. That one recovers by 36 as well. Using the gore considerably increases shock resistance. Alright, rest. So yeah, because Plague's Bane can only be used 5 times. This can be used 8 times. And it won't reduce my... It won't reduce the amount of heals I do, so... It does mean that I don't get a lot of, whatsamahoozy. It means that I won't get a lot of, damage increase because of using it, but... There we go. Maybe I should invest into the other forms. Because I only have the Smash one right now, which is at like 100% usage, but I should probably... See, this is the thing, is like, do they want me having all the, like, you know, spear forms? There's level 71. It is funny just being able to do that. Alright. That was cool. Alrighty. Alright, let's get our focus back up by using this guy here. Investing in the W2 forms is a pretty good idea. The W2 form? I don't know what you mean by W2 form. Alrighty, here comes the... Ooh! A bronze Buddha pendant. Alright, let's have a look at this curio. So this one makes it where moderately increases the attack for a short time when doing the, like, thingamadiggy. Increases 4 Bane resistance. That one will honestly be useful against the Whatsamahoosies. I don't need to increase my damage. I need to prevent, you know, freezing to death. It's a form that is required for taxes. Oh, you clever ducky, you. Alrighty, hang on. I need to... So this one is the body... I don't need body cooling. I now need body warming. That one's the fortify. Let's change it to the evil repellent because I got a few of those. And that one is the shock. We're gonna change you to... Life-saving. Upon use, instantly recovers full health and removes all 4 banes. Damn. Alright. Yep, that heals me up to full. That's a pretty good one. Alright, and then a dude will pop out from the... There we go. Oh. Oh, yeah, that helps. That helps. The greater amount of heals is a lot better, especially like because of my very pinchy situation. I have other means of gaining damage, so this is not the end of the world. There we go, and then... There we go. There we are. Cool. He's defeated. Monkey business time. Hi there, Fikova. Thank you for the horse noises. Brought to you by John C. Reilly. Hoarfrost. Wait, did I say that right? Hoarfrost? Hoarfrost? Idling on in day... Idling on in light of day. By night, remorse comes out to play. Transform into monk from the sea, weaving strikes with a blizzard graze and launching attacks that inflict frostbane. Focus built up before transformation can be converted for use afterwards. Huh. Interesting. Can't really do the dodge while... Nope, that bitch is empty. Alrighty. Oh, fuck. Nope, 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 nope. Let's get out of here. We head back to the shrine. Did I get anything new here? No. Did I get anything new here? No. Alright, what was new? Ah, the bellflower seeds. Okay, so... Oh, wait, hang on. No, we used the Rui scroll. No, don't pull the lever, Green! No! Ah! Decaying husk, flickered flames. After living beings perish, their lingering will roams the wild wilderness, occasionally consolidating into forms with the guidance of a wise master. Alrighty. Welcome to the stream, Green Fox Dragon. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a wonderful time. Hang on. There we go. Harvest everything.
Harvest without hard work.
Alrighty. Deliver seeds.
As they say, fine soil yields fine sprouts, and fine sprouts bear fine fruits.
So those will take time.
Leaving so soon, do visit from time to time.
Now I'm pretty sure I had another mine core, which means hopefully I acquired enough where I can get another...
May Lord Lao illuminate your path. It retains the energy of both this world and beyond.
Awesome. Okay, so I can't get more of those. Can't get more of those. I can go for one of those. I can increase my defense twice. This does the recovery rate, that does the chill, the burn, the poison, and the shock. Tempting, but no. So yeah.
No shame in taking the pills. More unfair are the innate skills.
Okay, so the lamb brew increases the number of slots for soaks, reduces the amount of health recovered from using the gourd, but enhances the effect of the continuous recovery. Recover more health upon using the gourd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Remember, young friend.
I'll keep the worms in case there's another thing that could be upgraded with them. Although there is one thing I want to try out. This guy. I want to give this guy a try. Yo, what's up?
Back so soon.
Yeah?
Edge sharpened. Arm restless. I was looking for someone to test it. Mark me. This blade is cast from the best metal. Don't blame me if you hurt yourself.
Understood. Let's give it a try. Nice. Figured you out then. Maybe not then, but... Oh boy.
Down with boy.
You're strong. Ah, I barely even kept track of that one.
Zodiac deities never hold back. You're far below him. Train well before returning here.
No, we're doing it now. We're gonna do it now. I made a mistake with you, old man. We're doing this again.
What rags and
Here we go. Alrighty. 3, 2, 1.
shrouded sky. To the sky.
Oh, no, 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 no! Ah.
The Zodiac deities never hold back.
Alright, fine. You're maybe a little stronger than I was anticipating, and I don't exactly have a really good means of interpreting when to dodge and when to engage. I will fix that. Just give me a day or two. All right. Temple entrance. I'll figure this shit out, don't you worry, chat. What should I have for lunch? Like, I love hamburgers, but I kind of need to not go for hamburgers. And there's ready-cooked meals. Lip bops. Yep. Thank you for the scan, Sage. Alrighty. Alright, Fox Brush again. Let's...
It's the eyes that see, make your power leak.
So we're looking for someone named Non-Void. I don't exactly have a real... Non-Void in here, perhaps?
It's the eyes that see, make your power leak.
Yeah, those guys punch hard. Very, very strong punches indeed.
So crush them on this.
Yep. It's nice having a brew that will fully heal me. Although, I need to be more mindful of the... Oh, Jesus. Here we go. And I'm running away from him. Nope, that's not the right direction. There we go. Hey! Vajra arms. Alright, color me curious. What does that mean? 66% himbo. Nice work there, Sir Dragon. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. Man, that's going to be such a useful helmet. Alright, so what does this do? Moderately reduces cooldown of all mysticism spells. What's mysticism? Oh, mysticism is the thing like immobilize. Versatile, ingenious. Honestly, that would be pretty good. That one gives me shock. That one gives me chill. Alright, so I should probably go with the oat cheese. And then... Alright, hang on a second. So, staff stances. I've got 29 of them going into, like, all kinds of different nonsense. It's so tempting putting it into the quick hand. Just maxing out quick hand. So then that way I can go into endeavor when below... But we're going to go into thrust. Switching to thrust allows the Destined One to charge by holding while remaining stationary. Upon releasing, the Destined One can execute a swift thrust attack at a distant enemy. Each level increases the stamina recovery when hitting enemies while in thrust. Following light attack with a heavy attack, performs a tactical retreat, hops backwards, and hones his defenses while preparing for another fierce attack. Following the tactical retreat with another heavy point, consumes a focus, unleashing a powerful thrust. With both hands clutching his staff, executes a three strikes with extended range directly at the foe's face. While performing a tactical retreat or a charged attack, holding to unleash a whirlwind of thrusts. Each attack with a whirlwind slightly increases critical chance for a short duration. This effect can stack up to 25 times. Alright, so it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Exempts all stamina costs of a short duration after seeing through the enemy in tactical retreat. Alright. And then we have different transformations. Snow Veil. I've done, like, nothing in the transformations. I'm gonna need to fix that at one point. So if we go up there, we're dealing with the, we're dealing with the boss again. So, what's over here? You have And then if I go thrust stance... Alright, so I swapped over to thrust stance. We're gonna see how we do here. Alrighty. Ow. Who the fuck? Where the fuck are you? Oh, you're up there, you son of a bitch. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Okay, maybe the thrust stance might be good against these blind monks then. Because I can keep my distance. So rather than the smash, which closes my distance in, this one just makes it to the staff. There we go. Nice. Granted, it might be a little bit bullshit, but I like it. Alrighty. So we got two different options. We got...
It's the eyes that see make your power leak.
2, 3. Okay, could you, like, have some pattern to you, please? Sylvester Crystal! I finished my assignment. Time to clean my fish tank. At 10:30 in the evening? Is that a good use of your time, then? There we go. Alright, where's the creepy lightning dudes? There we go. Okay. Less of a problem there. Alrighty. So, Jesus Christ, so many fucking temples. Insane.
The land of thunderclap allows no faith but one.
One, 2, 3. Ow, fuck you. Alright, I'm gonna have to deal with these guys because they want to ruin my fun. There we go. Thank you. Absorb the spirit. Alrighty. Thunder stance now. Or, not thunder, thrust. Each level increases stamina recovery while hitting in distant thrush. Follow to perform a tactical retreat. Yep, so we're going to use that, so then that way we can use our tactical retreat in the middle of combat. That's going to help us. Increased movement I like, but we're probably going to need to bring back the jar that gives me the mana again. Exclusive Kylie Minogue pre... Ah, I don't care about Kylie Minogue, sorry. I'm not that big of an Australian. Alrighty.
The eyes are lured by sight, ears by sound, and all sicky eyes are...
There he is. Could you, like, fucking not? One, two. Nope. Okay, you're getting wiser. Good to know. Good to know.
There's no turning.
Alright, this Azure one might not be the right one to use. Especially if he's gonna be like this.
Whence you came.
Ah. Alright, well, I know what I'm doing with this guy. First and foremost, get the brew that gets me my mana back, because as much as I like having 3 soaks, not helpful in this regard. So yeah. Also, I was an idiot doing the pluck of thingy-diggy because I thought that was gonna do the... Alrighty. Ding, 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 ding. Nope, it's not that. Offer the incense, and... Damn it, there was, like, no thingy-diggies there. Self-advance, set spells. Instead of the Azure fella, we got the Red Tides. Alright, we're gonna go with the Frost fella. And then cultivate spirits. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. So we had that guy that gives us the void thing. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go. It's tempting to go the highest level with him, because yeah, we almost got him done. Form, vow. Yep. That one's no close. We'll get more. There we go. Fully cultivated. Change our brew. So instead of going for the maximum health, we're going for the... Or instead of going for the thingy, we go for the monk mana. Yep, what we've got is good. Did I already craft the weapon? Yes, I've already crafted the weapon. Alright, so we're gonna equip that one when we have a chance. So, swap from you to you. Yep, you're fine as is. Swap from you to you, because you do a higher amount of damage. Actually, you're not doing any ailments, are you? So we can actually go for you. So if we can get a flurry of light attacks, that would be better. And then... relics, we've already set. No more thingy-madoogs. Alright. Offer the incense. Rest, just so then that way we get the full thingy-madiggy because of the mana nonsense. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Let's use the fox to get to where we need to go. And, of course, you're not strong enough to jump up that.
kill is to uphold the Dharma.
Alright. If I don't enjoy Yakuza, what could... Like, because I'll be going back... I'll be trying to play Yakuza during... on Wednesday. So, Yakuza 4. But even after this break, if I don't like it, like, what the fuck do I play next? Because, you know, as far as I know... Wait, hang on. Am I going the right way? Yes, I need to go up a level. Or else...
The sea make your power leak.
Ow. Fuck you. Why must you be like this? There we go. There. Alright, so there's no thingamadiggies here. Monkey see, monkey do. Is there a shrine here? No, there's just assholes on the, on platforms. Thank you for the head pets, by the way. Hi, Crazy Bri. I really appreciate it. There we go. Three, two, one. Could you, like, you know, not have me electrocuted, please? That would be great. Yep, cool. Awesome. Alrighty. Now, do I have to do the thingy-majiggy with him again? Most likely I do. Nice! Woo! Ha 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 ha!
Not even the scriptures can free me from this. The nature of Yakuas is beyond remedy. I've brought this upon myself.
Alrighty. I am most certainly going to try and increase the the thrust stance, like, further and further on. So, we get ourselves a non-void. Do we get ourselves anything cool from here? No, we do not. There's nothing else cool here or there. So, we just need to talk to, like, the fox, like, pelt thingy-majiggy back at the camp thing. And should be good with that questline. Nice. Alrighty. And I got myself a full gourd, which is nice. Any other curiosities or... Nope. Alrighty, we're dropping down here. Oh, interesting. We get a little bit of health when we do that. Alright, let's deal with these guys. Weird that the thrust stance is missing a few hits. Plus, I am feeling slow in this fucking sand. Or, not sand, sorry. I'm feeling slow in this snow. It's not sand, it's snow. God damn it. Alright, can't jump over that. There we go. Give me some body warming. Alright, that guy is no longer on his platform, which is nice. Oh! Tree. That should be good. Running. Running. And thank you. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, there's a thing there. Gather you. And a chest there. I can see you want to ambush me. Ooh, good hit. Alrighty. Open you up. And what do we get? A celestial nonary pill. Increases the maximum stamina. That's always nice. That's nice. No, 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 no! No! Sky! Not in the middle of fighting! Also, some weird, like, electrical dudes. There you are, you bastard. Fuck you. Alrighty.
I don't care what
Oh,
gender
not
you
again,
are.
Blue.
Put on the maid outfit.
I should really just I should really make it double each time you throw me into this thing.
J.A.
Why are you saying it, Jai? Oh, there you are. There we go. Oh wait, yeah, I made it a sound redeem thing. So when you were talking, it would say it. So when your first words, it would do like one of your random lines, and one of them is Ijai, which I think you're calling me an idiot, or oh, I can't believe this. Also, check this out. My thingy-majiggy extends. There we go. Alright, so I grabbed from there. There's that person there that's protecting the thingy. That's the annoying thing, is that my... Oh. There we go. That gets you out of the way. And nothing there. Alright, cool. But yeah, how's it going, Blue? How are you doing today? It's a public holiday, I think, at least, I think it's for Australia, but I know it's at least for me. There we go. You doing good, Sky? Hopefully Sky's doing good. Getting flashbangs and what have you. Oh, it makes a T when it gets up to the max thingy-majiggy. Nice. Alright. I'll use the Ryu scroll to see if there's any medicine or things I can pick up after dealing with that one boss. But yeah, welcome, welcome. Also, you should check out some of these furries that are in this village. It's like the Zodiac village or something like that. We got a Zhu dog, we've got a monkey, we got a dragon, and we got a tiger. Ping! So there he is. So there's the dog.
May Lord Lao illuminate your path. This is what my ceaseless toil finally yields.
Nice. Serpentine something or rather. Never heard of it before. Mortal thingies. Should probably double check about the something. And then we got this guy here. Who needs gourd stuff. We need 3 of those vines in order to do the level up. And then got all those soaks.
I drink all there is.
And then looky here.
What do you think my work?
So yeah. Fun little harvest. And then we got the tiger over here. Here he is.
Back so soon. Give it here.
So yeah. Alright, where was the one that... So, this one makes it so that the Vengeful Mirage does Thunderbane. That increases the decoy, so we could increase this one to 72. But it uses my fine gold. This one uses the silk and the cold stuff. You know what? Yeah, let's upgrade the stuff that doesn't... Because I get those in abundant, but I don't have, like, the fine gold leaves, so... There we go. And then... So that wants fine gold. This one wants the cold leaves. That one wants the fine gold. Silk, we can increase you. Cold leaves, we can increase you. And I don't have any more will. But will is something that we can, like, gather and shit, so it's fine. Alright.
I'll get to pounding.
Alright, we try this guy again.
Edge sharpened. Arm restless. I was looking for someone to test it. Mark me. This blade is cast
from the best metal.
Don't blame me if you hurt yourself.
Understood. First hit. Oh. There we go.
Split the shrouded sky.
No. Ah, you caught me in the thing. Ow. Let me throw you out there. There we go. Nice. I might have a... Hey, you're frozen, you bastard! Oh, come on.
Gone with the wind. A dishonorable trick. Thou shalt split.
Ah! still difficult.
Zodiac deities never hold back.
Yes, the Zodiac deities never hold back. I have to use, like, nearly everything in my arsenal to take on this guy. But yeah. Can I go over here? No, I cannot. Okay, cool. But yeah, so that's what he's like. Ting. Back to the temple. And unfortunately, there we go. Ooh, what? Advertisement starting soon. I do not want to see that. So, we got several places that we need to be. Cerveza Cristal. Let's see. Wait, what? Don't. Alright, hang on. Sorry, I just need to. I just need to read a guide, hang on. Up the stairs again. Too tall, these are after fight, go up the grand stairs in the middle to activate the shrine. However, do not go to the top to fight the optional boss. Alrighty. Yep. Oh, I am barely following the... Ooh, Beast Buddha! Another curio. Alright, what does this do? Moderately increases the critical hit damage. Yeah, I guess. It's alright. It's nothing to write home about. Nah. I'm getting better at dealing with those blind monks, but it's still a one-at-a-time deal. Alright. Gonna use this guy, so then that way I can get past these lightning dudes without too much of a fuss, because there's at least 3 of them there.
No ordination scars.
This mask that I'm wearing is very fortunate for me. It makes it so that I'm more capable of, you know, accumulating materials, which I think is, quite frankly, very fucking useful. Alrighty. So we dealt with non-white, non-void. A lot of non. And then we've got them two. Ooh, boy. Alright, did I attract the attention of one? Nope. Okay, you're being moderately annoying as well. Also, I need to be careful of you. There we go. Alrighty. That's you out of the way. Come on. There we go. That's another one out of the way. Thank you for the head pat, Sky. I appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Alright, so the smash does 40 to 100.
You wanna be a monk? Let's get used to hitting the ground.
Drink all that to try and get my mana up, but quite frankly, I'm probably gonna teleport to a shrine and deal with that instead. And we get ourselves None Pure. Strange name. Oh, but we can meditate! Ah, yes. I need a pee. I can't meditate when I need a pee. Hang on a second. I need to pee. I'm so sorry. Ugh, where's the camera for... There we go. Let's go with this one. Let's just go. There we go. Give me a minute. Be right back. Alrighty. I have returned. Sorry. Excellent. Ding dong. Here we go. Alrighty. So, we got Rat. We got Non-Void. Take the form of Non-Void. Stride back in a sweep and turn into a waving afterimage. Intangible and invisible to foes. Recovers a small amount of stamina when being hit. Take the form of Non-Pure. Brandish a monk's spade back and forth, striking foes repeatedly to cleanse all evil. Moderately increases damage reduction for a short time after performing Rock Solid. I could not care about Rock Solid. Moderately increases burn resistance. What is this? Upon use, instantly reset cooldowns for all spells. Huh. Okay. That's some crazy nonsense. The White-Clad Noble, Keeper of the Black, Man in Stone, Halo Robe Squire, Headless Monk. The Green-Capped Martialist, in tattered robes and a bamboo hat worn. Golden chakram through fire, a sight to adorn. 3 times in snow his Zen heart tried. Neither foe nor friend, just mischief implied. Nice. And then we have the third prince. What the? In the kingdom of flowing sands, his lineage held the throne. Chu Bai, spear in hand, a prince of well-known... Oh! That was the dude in the prison! And then we have Chen Long, Shen Mucky, and Zhu Dog. Apparently we don't have anything for the tiger. Not yet, anyway. Then we got Cyan Long. Captain Wise voice. And then the Chiefs. Mother of Stone. Captain Void. Captain Clap. The Bat. Lang Li Gua Lang. The old Ginseng Guai. None white. None pure. None able. None void. And then a monk from the sea. Such weird names. But hey, we got more meditation spots. The shade. The statue. The track. The hole. So that's from Miro Mirror, Precipice Corner, Mindful Cliff. Alright, we use that scroll in order to, like, check out the thingamadiggy, pick up any, resources that have grown in the time that I've dealt with, like, 1.5 bosses. Then we go back to where we found the fox pelt earlier, and we should get something for our troubles there. Ooh, excuse me. Alrighty. Ding! Alrighty. Sup, Shen? Nice.
What do you think of my work?
Do we have any more seeds to give you? I have no more seeds. Okay.
For the best. Go ahead. I can't spend all day chatting when there's work to be done.
Alright.
May Lord Lao illuminate your path, brave one.
No new celestial medicines.
Many
That's
adventures
fine.
seeking shortcuts.
Alrighty. So we travel back to the New West. Cliff. The Forest of Felicity. So we go back to the Forest of Felicity because that's where the fox pelt is. And the fox pelt will apparently give us something for helping with their revenge. Someone has documented the various beings encountered by the Destined One, capturing their portrait, names, and intriguing anecdotes. Nice. My nails on my right hand right now are longer than the ones on my left hand, because the left hand one I like did the terrible habit of like biting and picking at them, but I'm trying not to do that with my right hand here. They're fairly decent length, honestly. Alrighty, Forest of Felicity.
They say mortals and Yao Guais walk different paths, but it's after seeing him again that I understood. Those who fear Yao Guais are fouler than what they fear.
Oh. Okay. And we got ourselves a Snow Fox brush. Nice. It's another curio. Moderately increases the duration of transformations. Increases chill resistance. Increase in a chilled state. Moderately increases. Yep. Slightly reduces the cooldown of all spells. Recover a small amount of stamina while perfect dodging. Back scratcher. So that's skull, long. Reduces the duration of shock. Moderately increases thunder damage. After a moment in performing 3 consecutive. So the Gale Guards. Oh, hang on. So your head is fine. Vengeful Mirages deals, which is fine. So for a short duration after using the gourd, increases the thing, which isn't too helpful. Moderately reduces all cooldowns of mysticism. That one's pretty good. Performing light attacks following Evanescence directly triggers the finisher of light attack combo. I don't 100% understand that one. After absorbing the Lingering Will, moderately increases the maximum health and mana. Okay. Upon consuming a focus point, moderately increases critical hit chance for a short duration. That one is good. And it gives me a chill. After a moment in the step, performing 3. Moderately increases the chances, which I like. Frozen Bat. Overseeing Monk. Circus Monkey. Wolf Guardian. Turtle Treasure. Ah, that's what Dazarus's big form looked like. He was just a turtle. The Thunder Rhino, the Dark-Faced Overlord, a Clay Vajra, and a Golden Lotus Gwai. Cool. Oh, the fox! A fox beside the mountain stands, in sorrow deep and long, with caring heart and— No, Renee! Don't pull the lever! I'll start again. A fox beside the mountain stands, in sorrow deep and long, with caring heart and hopeful wish for her savior to belong. With steadfast heart it seeks the path to rise and journey far, yet fate unknown her end draws near before it sees the star. Interesting. Oh, and then there's the Turtle General there. Good. Gonna work and lurk. Have fun. Not to worry. I hope you do alright with all the working. I don't have to worry about work today, which is fantastic. Alright, I got 2 thingy-majiggies, which is gonna go into the staff stance. Hitting enemies. And then this one wants 2, but I can't awaken that, so we're gonna put 1 into you, and then 1 into you. Just so then that way they are being useful. I could have put it into that, which would have been nice. And then the mysticism was for that nonsense. We could do Ring of Fire or Spellbinder. Honestly, Spellbinder might be a good one I should have been leveling up, but yeah. Increases the duration. Done. Increases the health. Amount of focus for each successful light attack by the duplicates. Increases the damage dealt by duplicates. Increases the damage dealt by when using another spell after a pluck of many. Each talent level grants an additional duplicate at the cost of considerable mana. At appropriate times, duplicates can use Immortalize, Ring of Fire, and Rock Solid. Nice. Increases the damage of the next attack after a perfect dodge. Increases the Scorch. Increases the Frost. Each talent increases the retain from deforming. Increases the maximum health. Increases the attack. Increases the maximum might and recovery speed. So many. I got my foundationals out of the way. The bold move and the focused breath might be ones I'd increase. Hidden strength, maybe. This one I keep upgrading. Alright. Oh wait, not brew. Not brew, because we've already got the thingamajiggy we want with that. We want to make some medicines. So, increases the maximum stamina, increases the maximum health. Amplification. Enhanced Tiger requires the monkey head. This reuses the snake head. Increases focus, body, Tisma, tenacity, body cooling. Oh, we have, like, no Jade Lotus. Noted. Alright. Craft armors. I'm gonna give the Spellbinder a try. We're gonna give Spellbinder a try, see how we do. No, not rest. God damn it. The New West, over at the temple. Head into the temple. If I still have the fox brush, that's going to be helpful. But if I don't, this is going to be a very annoying run back to the thingy. Ooh, boy. Hopefully I still have that brush. Newly deceased souls have not yet been taken by soul reapers. Nah, it doesn't look like I have the brush anymore. So, I am going to have to engage each and every one of those enemies that I didn't want to deal with. Ooh, boy. Alrighty. There's the Buddha again.
The land of thunderclap.
Did you have to be so delayed? Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Nice. Okay, here we go. Now I have to deal with all these thunder fuckers. There we go. Alright, that's one out of the way. Annoying I have to deal with them, but I'm dealing with them. There we go.
It's the eyes that see me.
Ah, can't dodge in time. There we go. There's like... There we go. And then... Are those two huge dudes still there? It doesn't... Okay, it doesn't look like they're still there, which is nice. Alright, drink the potion. This will heal me slowly. Nope, doesn't look like they're still here. That's good. So I got the material for the staff. There was no other secrets. There wasn't anything that was like, oh, let's counter like a very specific spell or something. So that didn't crop up during my travels. All I got as like a secret thingy-majiggy is... Oh my god, there was a fucking, what's-a-mahoozy thingy-majiggy right next to it. Alrighty. There it is. Jesus. Well, now I know what I'm... Glad to know that the boss rush isn't a constant thing in this game. I keep forgetting. It has stuff like that. Alrighty. And knowing my rest, yep, I lose all my focus points because of it. Alrighty. Or did I use them? No, I didn't use them. Alright. Alright, so I got the body warming, the evil repelling, and the tiger thing. Easily removes all 4 banes. Fuck it, we're gonna use the life-saving pill if we can. Let me in. Damn it.
The pilgrim himself has come for my teaching. The sight of this is unruly.
Ah, damn you. Don't be an insta-kill. Ow. Not a great time.
The front gate. Why not you and join my disciples?
Uh-oh. There we go. That was a good one to do. Oh. What?
My sack awaits misguided souls.
Hey, no. That is not fair.
And find enlightenment.
Absolutely fucking not. Hold! Hold! Nope. Okay, never mind. We were so close to defeating him, and then he decides to just be like, boom. Ugh. Looks like there's other people fighting in here from the sounds of it. Zeebs being mated up. Yep. Oh! It's our tiny boar buddy. And he's dealing with monkey.
Idiot! That trickster called you too?
Mm-hmm.
This wicked sack is much more vicious than before, nurturing such evilness. Yellowbrow must have woven Wukong's strength into it. That bastard! Join me! Let's fight hard.
Alright.
I will reveal what the Judas at the will of God. Always
Okay, at least this thing is full. But I don't like that my thingamadiggy is still locked off.
Before all love turns to dust, but then equal to every unprecedented legacy in dust. Thus, and drenched unease, thou shalt tread, trying here, shut thou shalt in the deep void.
Ah, you mother...
For life.
No, 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 no. Fuck you! I was in the middle of trying to use that, thank you very much. God damn all this smoke. That focus zebra face? I am trying. This is the thing, is that I will lock in with some of these games, and it's like, you're not gonna hear from me for like 20 to 30 minutes. Ah! No, Sky! Ugh. Oh, and it puts me all the way back here. But hey, it doesn't... At least it hasn't locked me out of my spells this time. So wait, do I have to go through the first fight all over again? Yep, it looks like I might have to go through the first fight all over again. Or he's gonna be cheating and he's gonna, like, put me in the sack instantaneously. Let's see how he does the fight. Yep, puts me in the... Whoop. Three, two, one. Oh, you had to dodge out of that, didn't you? Alright, let's get rid of this mist if we can. Hi there, unnamed. Welcome back. Don't call me Stinky. This red mist is not because of me. It's because of the monkey that's, like, trapped in this thing with the tiny boar. Also, I don't know why the borks aren't working, okay? I didn't hear any of the borks whatsoever. Hang on.
Bork, 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 bork.
Okay, so some of the borks. Try again. Try the bork again. Dun. Unless... Hang on a second.
Sipping Time sponsored by Renee_the_Rosenrot Moth.
Alright, sippy time. Sippy time. What's include? What's the include tag mean? Bork, bork, bork. 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 But yeah, I've got like so many different, Yeah, it should be available for everyone. There's no cooldown. It avoids the thingy. Should work. All right. But yeah. Hi there, unnamed. Welcome to the stream. All right. I want to be able to defeat this monkey, so then that way I have an opportunity of being able to go back to the, like, calling the stream here after, like, you know, completing chapter 3, and then just freely exploring the previous areas, because I'm pretty sure going to, like, areas of chapter 1, 2, and then 3 once more, I'm not gonna, like, I'm not gonna, like, have any, you know, major thing. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna need to keep the transformation for not at the early part. I need to do it for like the fishy home must be spotless. Wait, what? Sorry, I haven't said much. I'm listening, but I'm clearing my. No, that's okay, Sage. That's okay. You mentioned you had housework. You mentioned you mentioned these things. It's okay. It's fine. I'm used to. Here's the thing, as well, is I half imagine that. You know, I had a huge dip of, like, viewership go down once I hit lunchtime, like, around 12 o'clock, and it will, like, slowly go back, or something rather. Alright. I'm gonna swap out from the crazy nonsense spell to the... Because this spellbinder definitely holds me for, like, more than 90 seconds. So I'm gonna use this one, the immobilize. And then... Do I have any sparks I could use? No, not at this point, it seems. Excuse me, nose. So, yeah. Alrighty. Let's give it a try. Plus, this will be a great opportunity to see whether or not the immobilize spell, like, I'm gonna be real with you, I just love way too much. I understand there's other spells I can put in that slot, but I honestly wish I could have them... Oh. There we go. Ah, but it doesn't... Okay, so that was close, but no cigar. Oh, I see. So he... Nice. It's not perfect, but it's enough. Yes! Oh, that was so much better than... Because I got my immobilize, which I was able to use, like, once. And it doesn't stop me from using my other spells, so I was able to use, like, the Shadow Step more than once. This monkey shall be defeated! That was quite cool that it, like, monkey grabbed. Uh-oh. Do we kill him? Okay, so we do. That is rather dangerous.
Kill it. Do it.
Oh. Did we not kill him, or did we?
Yes. Just like that.
Oh, he turns us into the...
Keep your wits, boy. Don't get swayed.
Uh-oh.
Here, let me quench your thirst for blood.
I'm guessing this is a different kind of transformation at this point.
All conditioned things are impermanent and lead astray. Be a butcher, then be a Buddha.
What if I don't? What if I just run through here?
You must be of that kind. Now, you have introduced your karma in this cycle.
Ow. Who the fuck? Oh, it's you. Okay.
Such enlightenment surely would grant you Buddhahood. 3,000 heed my words. Countless more reveal.
Fuck. Alright, never mind. We have to destroy them. Well, we don't have to destroy all of them, it seems. Oh, he's giving us...
Of the arms, they say. But can you let go? I find no escape in your suffering. An ultimate nirvana. I shall grant you.
Where the fuck am I going, honestly? I love how I was like, I am not gonna try and kill them. The minute they blocked my path, I was like, we're doing this.
I shall meet you in combat. All the eyes of his divine. Who prevails?
Oh, I see what he's doing. Thankfully, he's not stuck in gold anymore. Oop. What the f— oh, come on.
Thou shalt not fear, or thou wilt never cease here.
This is honestly crazy. This is, like, some real good Dark Souls nonsense.
It's magnificent!
Oh, I didn't keep an eye on my health that time. With tousled hair and a thin golden hoop, eyes bright framed by two upright yellow brows, nostrils wide open for all to see. Alright, cool. Floating sculpture, lower levels. Nice. I don't have to, like, go all the way back.
The destined one of the glorious
Get out, get out, get out, get out!
Thou shalt not fear, or thou wilt never cease here.
I'm wondering if I'm supposed to, like, run away from him.
I feel your horn. How can Mount Linsa match its magnificence? Even those on high must cower beneath.
Come on. Oh, at least I was able to drink that real quick. Oh, no, 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 no. Evil repelling, tiger subduing, and I need something for the shock. So it's not going to be the one that warms me, it's going to be the one that alleviates the shock status. Donk, donk. 1, 2. Ah, you're too far away. God damn you.
Your abyss is what is best about my seeds is how it utterly remakes all who enter.
Okay. There we go. Ah!
Was in your destiny.
I wasted so much of my gourd in there as well. How do I deal with the... How do I deal with the gold form? That's the question. Alrighty. And the life-saving pill is used up, which is annoying. There we go. Move, move, move. No. Oh, come on.
Thou shalt revere, or thou wilt never cease here. Behold my Mahavira horde. How can Mount Linsa match its magnificence?
Thankfully, I have not yet to use the potion yet.
Walk the path of Buddha. Go within, not without. Who granted your destiny? Only I know that how.
Ah, yes! Alright, thankfully I still have all of my, oh, no. I still have all of my health when I got hit with that. I still have my Pluck of Many. I'm doing better. Alright. And he hasn't turned to gold yet. 3, 2, 1. Ah, god damn you.
Escapes my perception.
There we go. God damn you. Fuck. Could you, like... Shit, 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 shit. Okay.
I'm creating a new
Woo! The fat monk failed, for he spoke. I couldn't read the rest of that achievement. I was just. Yes.
I saw how this would end for you long ago. Keep fighting for others, and in time, you shall fall by their hands. I, Yellowbrow, fight solely for myself.
Oh hey, it's the temple from previous. Thank you for subscribing, Rose. I greatly appreciate. Renee, sorry. Renee the Rosenroth Moth. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the tier 1 subscription, Renee.
That took a little. That took a minute.
Rosenroth Moth.
If only I could wield that monkey's leg just once more.
Uh-oh. Ta-ta. I didn't mean Rose, sorry. My mistake. What the kid?
This rogue stole my seed sack and fled here. With Wukong's relic, he made it a soul-snatching vessel.
Uh-huh.
He also took my look and my name to trick his old foes into vengeance.
Gah, you potbelly! I should have figured out it was you.
Forgive my little deception.
Stolen once, I buy it. Stolen twice, I doubt it.
Your doubt is fair. I shouldn't have underestimated his nerve.
Okay,
I
so...
meant to subdue him myself, but you two were swifter. Fortune favors you, Bajie. But I see great potential in this young one.
Yeah, I got potential.
The right monkey.
Enough of this empty talk.
He means I got the right stuff.
Drowns in the lake. We can't have Wukong's relic sink with him.
For that, pray, lend me that rake of yours.
Is that like a magical rake that's gonna like extend like the bow staff? What the? A fishing rod? Oh! The fuck are you? That is not a koi fish. What kind of fish is that? Yeah, it's a big fish, Crot. It's a big fish, crazy. Down and down and down we go. We ain't reached the end of the chapter, so we get a new story. Oh. What's up with this guy? So they... What the fuck? Okay. So there was a lot of pearls. And then it picked off a flake and healed the people. It sneezed on people and gave them beauty and age. Made it rain fish from a tsunami. So he did everything for the betterment of the people. People came to the temple. Nobles and priests were there. All of them to pray to this thing. And then eats all kinds of foods while they pray, but then there's a but soon the commodity of pearls So by taking a greater cut, they were able to more, which angered him. So then the village went to despair. And they left his corpse on the beachside. Gutted.
You tarried in the mortal world for a good while, didn't you?
It's still alive?
Speak clearly.
Once again, I proved it to you, Jinshansu.
You chose a means to an end, not to a proof. You sow chaos in hearts just for the sake of winning. How absurd and pathetic.
Aww.
If not for winning, why debate over means and ends?
Chapter 3. White Snow, Ice Cold, concluded. Okay, so was there like a gamble between the two?
Himself a sage, yet this altar boy dared to found his own faith and proclaim himself Buddha. Your faith is firm and will unwavering. You resisted his lures. All those who were high and mighty found their minds lost and their faith stained. But was it...
Okay, so the weird sea creature and Jinzue must have had a gamble or something about humanity?
The stench of shattered ego reach your nose.
Hubris knows. Uh-huh. We went up a level, giving us a spark and some will. Cosmo Radiance. Round in shape and radiant in appearance, this is the fruit of a particular insight into Zen. It can be used for crafting weapons. Cold leaves, fine leather, refined sand, a gold tree core used for crafting weapons, and another mind core. After I finish cleaning my fish bowls, I'm all done fish tanking. Nice! Nice, 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 nice. So there's the monkey. There's Sun Wukong. There's an ooh, hello.
An edict for rats turned a son against his sire. Vowing to draw the line with Yaoguais, he left his home in fury, never to return. Now an old grudge lands him caged, and he recalls his home at last. But with loved ones lost, where can one find home again?
Okay.
Shanu of the North, the vanquisher of Yaoguais. The Jade Emperor once ordered him to purge the world of evil. The turtle and the snake were his generals back then. Alas, the snake general can no longer join the ranks, and Shanu is no more.
No. Shame about that. Alrighty.
The journey entailed an arduous road. The monk had his disciples.
Hey, it's the dragon and the tiger we met.
The 12 zodiac deities, the 5 directional guides, and the 4 temporal overseers. Each boasts unique powers. Should your paths cross, strike up a connection.
Most certainly.
For half a verse of the ultimate truth, Snow Mountain ascetic gave his life, so attained Buddhahood. Such is the sole way to rise above all and build a faith. If those with talents should proudly scorn the rules and do as they please, how then may all the realms enjoy peace and prosperity?
Jesus Christ, they make him so fucking fat. Next chapter. Rosy cheeks, gray hair. So that's the next chapter. I am most certainly going to try and get more what's-mahoozy. More levels, I think, would be appropriate. That's something I can do off-stream rather than doing, like, in the middle of stream, so... Because the idea is I'll just need to, like, run from, like, one side of, like, a chapter to another. See how much spark I gain. Because with more sparks, I unlock more abilities and more things to regain. That way, I have more options. I know I can just, like... Oop.
My bones are cracking from lugging this load. Step it up. I gotta catch that feast on time. Hear me out. They say that hag has her quirky ways. Each season she'd wed a mate, then devour him. Once our lady brought her a wedding gift, a mirror, a past echo. Which? The past echo. The lady often speaks of it with regrets. I wonder why. Let me finish, will you? The hag got the mirror and looked into it, and for no reason at all, she threw it away.
She saw something she didn't like.
She stopped visiting since then.
Gibbering and jabbering. Couldn't even catch a wink of sleep this whole time.
What? Who's in there? How dare you spoil the gift from her?
Oh no, I missed the horse! I missed the horse.
No place to...
I didn't find the horse in, like, chapter 3, and I was like, huh, I wonder, was he in chapter 3? And it's like, yes, he was. And it's a missable quest line.
Why don't you come down and join us? Leaving so soon?
Fuck. Fuck. Shit. Shit, there must be a way. Hang on. Fuck. That's, oh my, no, come on. Serious? So if I go load journey, it leads me to, oh my god. So there's like 10 save files, but there isn't exactly a way to like create a new save. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? There's the boar again. Where the fuck is the...
Looks like there's a dwelling ahead. Care to take a quick peek?
Only if it... And this is not a game that is like something I can just start from the beginning. Not unless I have like a fucking cheat engine or some shit deciding to like, you know, make it so I go through everything with like no what's-a-mahoozy, like no health loss or anything like that. But then that like cheapens the fun. Especially with like some of the things I only had like a small chance of unlocking. Oh my god. Where the fuck is a little... Oh my god. Where the fuck is a little... I am running around looking for... There are no redos? Not from the looks of it. I click on load journey and it's just like, oh, I click on load journey and all it does is like, it gives me my one save. So I feel like unless I go to like an entirely new save and start all the way back from chapter 1, like... Hang on. Oh. Oh, fuck you, spiders. So yeah, because the one thing because like the first thing I looked at, they were like, oh yeah, this is a missable quest line. If you miss like one of the, you have to exhaust like all the dialogues before reaching the next chapter, which is like, seriously, like.
One more treat from my ring.
Fat lot of good that is. Cover that. Maybe it was like wrong. Maybe I can actually like go back into the area in chapter 3 and talk to him there. Because like apparently he's just off to the side in like the temple. I didn't see him for a majority of the I didn't see him through the majority of the chapter. I didn't think he was in the chapter until I like had to, you know, do a little quick check of like, oh, is he maybe just, you know, pops up until like much later on, and it's like, no, he's in each of the chapters. I am barely focusing on the combos. I just want to... I just want to find, like, a little thingy-majiggy, so then that way I can, like, teleport back to the, teleport back to, like, the previous chapter and see maybe or not. Like, that's so annoying that it doesn't, like... Why does it have to do the Dark Souls thing of like, oh, you can only have the one save state?
Something I won't miss for sure.
Ugh, fucking spiders. You're fine doing with them.
You cross me, we'll cross you.
All right, open this. Another something or rather. Void of also voidness. Where the fuck? Where the fuck is the little...
Look at this splendor. I'd drop any title up above in a heartbeat just to see. Let me catch up with you, kid.
Nope, I'm going backwards at that point. Where the fuck are we supposed to go? Shit. Now I'm really curious if, like, once I get to that tapestry, if there's a way for me to just, you know, not go to the next chapter. Because that is the crux of the problem that I have, is that...
You restless monkey! I was talking here!
Yep, don't give a shit. God damn, this village is a maze.
Hey, why are you ditching?
Ah, yep.
I can't believe there's a fruit I've not tasted.
Hi there, Angela. Welcome to the stream. Right at the get-go, you're interested in Discord, I see.
Immobilize.
There we go. Oh boy. Oh. Nearby. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's... God fucking damn it. Travel. The New West. New Temple. The Mavara Hall. Okay, hang on. So, it said, inside, you will need to reach the Keeper's Shrine. From the shrine, turn around, go down the stairs. When you approach the building straight ahead, turn right, go down the steps to another building, head inside, ignoring the blindfold, climb the stairs to the second floor, turn left to find near a hanging bell. The what? Okay, so... down the stairs to the right. Oh my goodness. There was like an entire section I missed. So apparently, like, you run... Sprint? God fucking damn it. Sprint! Fuck it. So, like... No, it wasn't... Okay, so it's not that. It's talking about... Cerveza Cristal. This is annoying. This is, like, truly god-awfully annoying. Because they're talking about that bridge. Okay, moving, running. Sometimes it feels like I am running so fucking slowly.
Uphold your Dharma! The land of Thunderclap allows no faith but one!
Alright, ignore them. Just let me get out. There we go. So apparently he was here. Wait! Oh my god, there he is! Oh, thank goodness. Oh, you're here. Hello.
Yellow Wind
Hi.
offered me nothing. Yellow Brow, the Buddha, was my next plea.
Hi.
Only after meeting His Grace in the New West did I see. I wasted my life for others, and missed much joy. No more journey now. My king is suffering, yes. But does one not weave the threads of one's destiny? Peace is living for yourself. His Grace speaks true. Indulge, and you shall be carefree. This joy, it's new to me. Like never before.
I hope this is like the correct dialogue and such, because it does sound like he's...
My king once sought wisdom in such a Dharma place. His son, too, was a disciple of a bodhisattva. Now I, too, walk on this path. I hope I'm following in my king's steps. Say, my friend, why don't you stay here and tread this path with me?
So that's all his dialogue. Ooh, the Trailblazer Gourd. Hello? When the gourd is full, the first sip replenishes to full health. Not bad. Not bad, quite frankly. Takes place over the first 5 chapters. Each encounter is a welcome respite. It's none of us speaking with the Destined One. If done correctly, will disappear from the location where you found him. After a reset, this indicates has moved on to the next chapter, and no further action is required until completing the current chapter. Is not without strife. As the monkey is often savoring in chapter 2, 4, and 5, the manages to wind up imprisoned. In these sticky situations, must be freed from containment before you speak with him and advance the quest. Even in chapter 5, the quest's unfortunate ending, it's possible to view the as an act of emancipation. Ultimately, tracking this quest is worthwhile in terms of reward. A spell, a trophy, is what is going from a theme. Chapter 1. There is events of the quest, continuing to search for the horse in chapter 2. If you missed chapter 1, you can go back and find him, but doing so before reaching the valley entrance in chapter 5. Okay, so capture and set up a motif for subsequent parts of the horse's journey. The quest for independence often leads to detention. It's best to clear out the guards and enlightenment attained, an optimistic tourist has found purpose. If the Destined One has spoken to the fox spirit, this quest leads to a side inside. Before fighting none void to advance, it is possible to locate in the building, ascend near. The horse leans against a post, speaks with positive fervor. He has received enlightenment and a new purpose to live for himself. Where you encounter, there's a dead horse squaw sharing that is not, however, interacting with the impaled horse will grant Ashen Slumber. Okay, I got the Ashen Slumber. Chapter 4 is Middle Hollow. Chapter 5 then is the Valley Essence. Okay, so it looks, so I think I'm on the right track with him, quite frankly. Ooh, I have a life-saving pill. Nice. We got all those tiny things. Tree core. The Keeper of the New West. The Celestial Court often favored guise of plants and trees in the selection of keepers. The Keeper of the New West, however, was renowned for its being a feathered deity of wind. Nice. And then the next thingy-majiggy we got is the Hubris Nose. It's a fish. Seriously? This is one of Wukong's relics? It's a fucking fish. Well, the good news is that we didn't miss out on the horse. Thank Christ. Gain a moderate damage bonus for a short time after casting a spell. Focus points can be charged up to 4 within the Ring of Fire. Moderately extends the dodge invincibility duration. Let's go for the damage bonus after casting a spell. And then we've got 2 thingy-majiggies. Upon defeating Red Eyes. Oh! Red Eyes is the blood-soaked monkey. Into a Makokui chief, immune to frost, wielding a longsword that unleashes Frostbane. Focus builds up before transformation, can be converted for use afterwards. The long blade whirls, and then the withering, and then the spell. Interesting, interesting. Each increases the... I think if we missed the horse, Grant would have exploded. I would have been so upsetties. You could not even begin to feel like, oh my gosh, I would have, because the thing is I don't like going through games more than once, okay? Like, I don't like going through games like multiple times over of like, oh, there's a new game plus where you have to complete the game 3 times in order to get the proper ending or something. It's like, no, don't do that to me. Let me go through it once. Let me go through the game once. The new game plus is when you're really invested into the combat and shit. But here's the thing. There are so many video games that I want to play through and I want to catch up on. I want to experience Spyro, Crash, Uncharted. The reason why I'm listing all those games right now is because I recently learned that the PlayStation 5, unlike the PlayStation 4, can actually play the previous console generation's titles. So, any of you that didn't know, the PlayStation 4... PlayStation 1 titles. PlayStation 2 allowed you to play PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 titles. The PlayStation 3 kept the PlayStation 2 hardware in its system, so then that way you could play PlayStation 3 titles, PlayStation 2 titles, and PlayStation 1 titles. It was amazing. Now, when it came to the PlayStation 4, however, there was no backwards compatibility with any of the previous generations. None. So it wasn't a case of, oh, we skipped out on 1 and 2. It's like, no, you can't play 1, 2, or 3. It was a huge change. Because here's the thing, with Xbox, they didn't have a thing for like, oh, you can play both Xbox and Xbox 360 games at the time. They've slowly been doing that kind of backwards compatibility because, quite frankly, it's all just, software emulation for them. And so, when it came to the PS5, I was under the impression that the PS5 did not let you play PS4 discs, especially since they were doing so many of these games that were like, oh, hey, like, if it's going to be released on PS4 and PS5 when they were doing all that kind of nonsense. So I thought it was a case of, if you wanted to play a PS5 game, you had to buy the PS5 copy. No, that turns out to not be the case. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 PlayStation 4 games that I can actually play on my PlayStation 5, which is actually pretty impressive. Well, technically speaking, it's more than that because Spyro and Crash are 3. Nathan Drake Collection is also another 3. Like, I have other games to play on the PlayStation 5, which is great. It means that, if I fucking hate Yakuza 4, I have a different game to play. But yeah. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness I don't have to, roll back my save or any of that kind of nonsense. Oh, I get a new transformation. I get... Wait, didn't I already have this bat? Take the form of the Aparana bat. Leap into the air and evade. It has no equipped effects. Goodness gracious. Alright. Ding dong. Meditation spots. I am missing 1 meditation spot in the New West. That's fine. I can fix that up later.
My king once sought wisdom in such a Dharma place. Now I too walk on this path. Say, my friend.
Yep. Cool. So I've exhausted all his dialogue. And there's a thingy-majiggy here. Thank you, Sage. I really... Ooh. Aw, damn. I thought that was another meditation point. Would it be nice? Alright, instead, we get ourselves A body fleeting powder. Huh. Nice. Alrighty. Okay. I'm really pleased with I'm really glad that we don't have to roll back the fucking save. Woo! Thank goodness. Alright. I am going to call it here, though. I have been streaming for... What time is it? It is 2:40. I have been streaming for the last 5 to almost 6 hours. That is insane. I can't keep streaming. Otherwise, I'm gonna fuck up my day. I have work tomorrow as well. So yeah. Oh, important news. Important news. This Saturday, I am not going to be going through Final Fantasy XIV in the morning. I am instead going to be going... Sorry, I gotta take this call. I'm gonna... Hang on. Ding. Don't... Following... So sorry. Great channel.